My uncle was an odd, lonely man. That one guy you try to avoid at family reunions. The one nobody knows too well, but loves to talk about nonetheless. I think he liked me best because I never really enjoyed bad-mouthing him. I wouldn't say we were close, but we tolerated one another. At least, that's how it was when I was little. We never bothered to stay in contact. I forgot about him by the time I left home. That's why the news of his death caught me completely by surprise. Uncle Mac was alone in his apartment when he had a heart attack causing cardiac arrest. He fell unconscious and died within a few minutes. Then there was me at the time. I had just flunked out of college, and the only thing I was actually good at was playing video games. When I was contacted by Mac's lawyer, I was even more shocked. Mac had left me 3 things. A box of sorted letters addressed to me, all the money he used to own, which to me was a lot, and his bar. The one he had inherited from his father and had worked at all his life. I'll be frank, I had no idea what to do with the bar, but I knew from the very start I'd take it over. I felt kind of honored. This had basically been Uncle Mac's entire life, and he was giving it to me, of all people. Sure, from what I knew, there hadn't been many friends or loved ones in his life to choose from, but it was still flattering to me. Once I read the first letter, I was even more convinced. Hi, Julia. If you're reading this, my bad eating habits have probably caught up to me. Or maybe someone killed me, who knows. As of writing this, you're 15 years old. You were the only one to talk to me at the family reunion today. Not for long, but more than just an awkward hello. I notice these things, and I appreciate it. That's why I'm trusting you with the most important task anyone in this family is ever going to offer you. You are going to take over my bar. Besides, knowing you, you're not going to have much of a career anyway, so you might as well. Once you're done reading this, please go to the bar at your earliest convenience. Take the box of letters with you and stash it away somewhere there. It has some valuable advice you're going to need down the line. In fact, you will need to read the second letter right after your arrival. You'll find my employees are a bit special. Anyways, I hope you're doing alright. However this letter finds you. You're a good kid, Leah. Always have been. Besides, the only person you could possibly disappoint by screwing this up is dead, so there's no pressure to impress. Sincerely, your Uncle Mac. I wiped my eyes. They had actually gotten a bit watery while I was reading the letter. I folded the letter and tucked it back into the box before grabbing my coat and bag. Mac's bar was a train ride and a 30-minute walk away from my parents' place, which is where I was residing at that moment. I figured I would probably have to look for a place closer to the bar, if I really would start working there full-time. When I finally arrived at the establishment, it looked almost exactly the way I'd expected. It was just another wall in the row of buildings on the street off to the side from the inner city's market square. A large, bright red double door with a neon sign reading, "The New Saloon," above it. It would probably glow if I'd find how to switch it on. At least, I hoped it would glow. It felt weird unlocking the door and opening it for the first time all on my own. Entering and looking around inside felt even weirder. The New Saloon was your typical old-style dive bar. Even completely empty, it looked overcrowded. The fabric of the cushioned seats was stained and frayed. The walls behind and in front of the counter were plastered with neon beer signs and large framed photos of people I didn't know. Some were even in black and white. The floors were dirty and my heels stuck to them when I walked further in. This place was small, shabby, and smelly, and I loved it. It was so strange, but I suddenly just felt like this bar was mine, and that I needed to take care of it and protect it. Remembering what Mac had told me in the first letter, I pulled out the second one from the box and unfolded it. Hi, Julia. If you're reading this, you're probably at the bar for the very first time. How do you like it? Let me guess. It's ugly and gross, but it instantly started growing on you. Don't worry. It's about to get a lot weirder. You'll find the entrance to the back room behind the counter. The light switch is on the inside of the wall. Make sure to turn it on before you head inside, because there's stairs leading down right behind the door. It's a death trap. Once you're in there, stand in the middle of the room. Stay away from the walls. You may then say out loud the following words. Spirits of this house, by the power of the spell that has bound you, I command you to serve. You'll see what happens next. Whatever happens, keep in mind that you can order them around. When all the work is done, simply tell them to go back into their room. You've got this. Sincerely, your Uncle Mac. I frowned. That was odd. Was this the prelude to some kind of joke? I walked over to the door behind the counter and pressed down the handle. It swung open with a loud creaking noise, and I began to grope around for a light switch. A single light bulb down in the back room came flickering on, and I proceeded down the rickety wooden stairs. No banisters. Risky, especially with the shoes I was wearing. By the time I'd reached the middle of the room, my heart was already beating faster than it should. Still, if this was a prank, Mac had been planning it for over 5 years, and I was not about to ruin it. Besides, no one was watching anyways. I cleared my throat. Spirits of this house, I began, a giggle swinging along in my voice. By the power of the spell that has bound you, I command you to serve. Nothing. Not a single sound for 5 whole seconds. I looked around the room. It was completely empty except for a single door in the wall across from me. Maybe I'd been supposed to say it in whatever room was behind that one. Just as I was about to walk over to it, a loud noise came from one of the walls to the side. I spun around to find that it had cracked open. Bits of it were beginning to crumble to the floor as the tear widened. I stared at it with my mouth agape, frozen in place and incapable of comprehending what I was seeing there. From the crack, a set of long, bony, pale fingers reached out into the room, gripping the inside of the wall. My throat was too dry to produce a proper scream, but I couldn't contain a gasp as I staggered backwards until my back met with the other wall behind me. It was then that I felt cold palms rubbing against my neck and hands closing around my shoulders from behind. This time I shrieked. I whirled around again only to see that there was a hole there too. Long, skinny arms slowly moving forward from it, grabbing at me, searching for me. I glanced around the room frantically. Holes had opened in basically every spare spot. I counted 4 sets of arms pulling themselves out into the light, followed by similarly slender upper bodies. By the time I finally thought to run back up the stairs and save myself, the people from inside the walls were standing in the back room, fully emerged from their dark hideouts. I didn't risk another look at them. When I finally reached the top stair, I dashed back into the bar and slammed the door shut behind me. I pressed myself up against it just to keep standing. My knees had grown weak beneath me and I was panting heavily, my mind racing. Then I heard them. Slow, light footsteps making their way up the staircase, and stopped on top of it. I heard calm, steady breathing coming from the other side of the door. I tensed up and shifted my weight on my feet, leaning up against it to keep whomever was in there from getting out. I was sure this person would start to try pushing it open, but to my surprise, nothing happened. Instead, a voice rang out from inside.
"Excuse me, who are you exactly?"
It was a man's voice. I had expected something like a growl, or a hiss, or the groans of some decomposing zombie, but this was distinctly more articulate. It sounded almost polite. I didn't know what to do other than respond. "Julia?" I stammered.
"Julia."
The man sounded surprised.
"What about Mac? Wait. If you're here..."
He sounded quite sad now.
"Mac's dead, isn't he?"
"Yes," I replied quietly. His heart stopped.
"That's... Good God."
He fell silent, and I heard him utter a shaky sigh, almost like a sob.
"I'm sorry. Would you give me a moment? I need to tell the others."
"Go ahead," I murmured.
Never mind, they heard us. So, will you let us out now, or?
Who are you? Why were you in there?
We work here, actually. My name is Andric. I do most of the organizing here. I take care of the accounting, our profits, our spendings. I place the orders on most of what we need. Back here with me, I've got Bo, who's our bouncer, and Danica and May, both waitresses.
You work here? I repeated. And you live in the walls? After your shift is over, do you just go down there and melt into the room, or what? I couldn't help but let out a nervous chuckle at the mental image. This was just too absurd. At least I was breathing normally now.
Pretty much, yes.
I shook my head. What are you?
Well, to explain that, you would have to go exactly 122 years back, so it's a long story,
Andric replied.
All you need to know for now is that if you let us out, we'll get the bar up and running right away. We've been working under Mac since he took over this place, though, so you'll have to excuse us if we're a bit gloomy.
No, that's fine, I muttered, slowly turning away from the door and carefully pulling it open. The man in front of me was of normal height, slender, and looked to be in his 30s. Despite being dressed in jeans and a simple black t-shirt with the bar's name printed on it in white swirly letters, he had a very official look to him. Maybe it was the way he stood, straight as a rod with a friendly yet matter-of-fact smile on his face.
Thank you,
he said. Turning back to the room, he raised his voice.
You heard it, everyone. Mac might be gone, and while that's a downer, our work isn't over. So get yourselves up here and let's get this going again.
His tone carried the flat motivation the coach of a youth sports team might have. 3 more people emerged from the back room, all dressed exactly like Andric. All of them that same content little grin on their lips. They walked by me, offering polite greetings. The first one, a large, bulky guy, giving me a curt nod, and the 2 women that followed, smiling brightly. The girls were a little younger than Andric, maybe in their late 20s. Both had blonde hair hanging down their shoulders in wavy pigtails. The first night the bar was open, I merely watched the backroom people work, following them around while they ignored me. It was eerie. They looked almost like automated mannequins, going about their routine by sticking to pre-planned paths. Like there were set directions painted somewhere I couldn't see. I soon began to notice other distinctive attributes about them. None of the people from the walls had fingernails. I saw it on the waitresses when they reached for the cups handed to them, on Andric when he scribbled down notes. However, that was not the only thing off about them. All those little details in their faces, the kind of thing you'd normally never pay attention to, they didn't add up. For example, their eyes didn't line up. One was always slightly lower than the other, just enough for someone to notice. Their nostrils would differ in width, and one of the girl's pinky fingers was the same length as her ring finger. Had I not known that they just crawled out from the backroom walls, I would have chalked these harmless little oddities up to simple, inconspicuous deformities. But knowing what I knew, it made my skin crawl with uncomfort. I soon found out that Andric did most of the talking for them. Bo barely ever said a word, and all the waitresses did was whisper amongst themselves, giggle, and chat with the patrons. Eventually, Andric waved me over to him behind the counter.
All right, I'll give you a rundown of the place. We have a cash-only system. We rely on our local clientele, but once in a while someone new comes by, and then we try and keep them around, obviously. Here's some of our regulars.
He pointed at a lady sitting in a corner, weeping over an empty glass of whiskey.
That's Shauna. Comes here whenever she can. Only ever orders whiskey. Will not stop crying.
His finger wandered over to an old, short man with an almost disproportionately large head and short white hair. He was sitting at one of the tables as well, talking to 2 younger women who seemed very much out of place.
That's Tommy. He's likely to start fights, but he drinks a lot and tips very generously. Bo throws him out a lot, but he's very easy on him, so don't worry.
He finally nodded towards a tall glass of wine standing lonely on the counter right in front of us.
And this is Irene. She can't pay, but she's always welcome. She's very nice, and she's been here ever since Mac's family started this business.
Andric, there was nothing there. The pale man threw me a confused glance.
What do you mean, she's right? Oh, of course. Don't worry, you'll start seeing her with time. Either way, for now there's actually not much for you to do, except read up on barkeeping once you get the chance. However, you should start getting acquainted with the regulars. After all, the owner of the new saloon will always be part of the reason why people come here.
He paused as his mouth started to twitch into an almost guileful grin.
I have a feeling they're gonna love you.
I retreated into the ladies' room for a quick break. I sat down in one of the toilets and buried my face in my palms. I had no idea what was going on or what I was supposed to do. Andric had made himself pretty clear when it came to the instructions he'd given me. But all this was so surreal, I seriously considered the possibility of me having suffered some kind of blow to the head and dreaming it. I spent the rest of the night standing behind the counter and observing their every move. Andric kept to my side mostly, looking at me with the kind of suspicion I probably had in my eyes as well. I couldn't figure him out. I accidentally on purpose walked by the waitresses, who were talking to each other in hushed voices, picking up on small bits of their conversation.
Her blood is weaker than his. Do you think she's... We shouldn't take any chances. Remember what Mac did when we tried to test him? I do, but this could be our chance to have some fun.
Her words sent chills down my spine. Remembering Mac's letter, however, I decided this was not the time to show I was frightened. You're going to do no such thing, I chimed in from behind them. I don't care what you are, but I promise, I'll find a way to make this whole thing very uncomfortable for you guys if you try to pull any kind of weird crap on me. The looks they gave me were worth my initial doubt. They seemed shocked that I had listened in on them at all, let alone spoken up. I glared at them, holding their gaze and ignoring the trembling of my legs. Their heads lowered, they marched off. When the bar began to clear out and we got ready to close down for the night, I told the four of them to clean up. Of course I helped, but I made sure to never lose sight of a single one of them. I felt like they were wild, hungry animals, waiting for their chance to pounce on me. Whenever I looked up from the rag I was wiping the countertop with, I would find one of them staring at me. By the time we were done, the place really did look a lot more welcoming. It certainly was cleaner, despite the four workers' angry faces spoiling the mood. We carried the cleaning supplies back into the small storage chamber next to the employee restroom before I went to open the back room door for them. Okay, everybody, good job today. Thanks a lot. Now back inside, I called out, almost enjoying the feeling of authority as they came trotting toward me and made their way down into the dimly lit basement single file. Andric was the last one to cross the threshold. Right before descending the staircase, he turned to face me once more.
You were keeping a close eye on us, he said quietly. That's clever. But you're gonna need to keep it up, and let's see how long you'll last. Who knows what might happen?
He gave me a sly wink with the one eye that was a little lower on his face before following his coworkers. I watched from the top of the stairs as they leaned up against the walls. It was almost as I had expected. Their bodies seemed to melt into the holes they had come from, sealing them shut and not leaving so much as a thin crack. Lacking a better option, I stayed at a nearby inn that night. As bizarre and frightening as all of this had been, I got out of it unscathed. The bar workers and I would end up coming to blows in the future, though. More than once. And I wouldn't always be that lucky. Not a lot of people visiting my bar are completely normal, well-adjusted individuals. It took me a long time getting on the same wavelength with most of our regulars. But I'll never forget the day I had my first close encounter with one of them. This happened when I was still quite green, as you'll see. His name was Cole. He'd been coming to the bar a lot since we'd opened up again, but Andric said he hadn't seen him around that often before. A few times, yes, but he didn't know anything about him, save for his name. Cole would never talk to anyone. He'd keep his head low and order his drinks in a rough, quiet voice. He stuttered a lot. Once he'd received his beverage of choice, he'd sit down in the emptiest corner of the new saloon, where he would stay for up to 4 hours. I'd watch him from time to time. His head would always be hovering just a few inches above the table, his eyes half closed. I felt sad for him. He looked sort of defeated, although I didn't know by whom or what. The fact that he drank a little more with every visit concerned me. I knew it wasn't really my place to snoop around in my patrons' lives, but I didn't have to be intrusive. All I wanted to know was whether he was okay. So one time, when I handed him his beer, I simply asked. He stared at me for a split second, his eyes wide and watery before he broke down sobbing. He tried to keep it in at first, but eventually buried his face in his palms, tears dripping down his chin. I handed him a napkin before rounding the counter and walking over to him, waving for Andric to take over for a little while. "It's none of my business," I began cautiously. "But if you want to talk..."
"Yes,"
he breathed.
"That might help."
I nodded, and we went back over to his corner booth. Glancing around, I assured myself nobody else was in earshot before sitting down across from him. I didn't have to prod him for him to begin.
"I'm gonna have to kill someone very soon. He's taken everything from me, that bastard. But honestly, I'm scared."
He lowered his voice.
"This thing, it's not..."
"Wait, slow down," I said softly. "What's he taken from you?"
"Simply everything. My house, my job, my wife. It all started when I came home late from work to see the same car I own already parked in my driveway. The exact same one, down to the license plate. I went inside the house, planning to ask my wife about it, but then I heard something. My wife's voice, but also another man's. I could hear them from downstairs in the living room when I came in. I sneaked up to the bedroom, opened the door, and there they were. My wife. And me."
"You?" I repeated, frowning in confusion. Cole shrugged and took a sip of his drink.
"No, not me, of course, but he looked like me. He had the same birthmark on his back. He even sounded like me. I've heard my voice recorded before, so while I didn't realize it right away, his was just like mine. Before you ask, I don't have a twin or anything. The instant I saw him, I knew he wasn't human. He was something else. I didn't know what, but either way, the two of them hadn't noticed me, and once I'd gotten a good look at him, I was too shocked to speak up anymore. Weak reaction, I know, but what was I supposed to do? I went back outside, and after a bit of thinking, I decided to call the police. But when I told them there was someone in my house who looked just like me and that I was scared, they hung up on me. Granted, I probably sounded like I was drunk or high or something, but I was not. You should know that. I've never had any problems with my mental health either. That was just the beginning, though. I'm not a confrontational kind of guy, and I wasn't just going to barge in there. I was afraid, and then, of course, there's the fact he literally managed to trick my wife into... I know I should have done something right away, but I just couldn't. I ended up letting it happen. That and so much more. I slept in my car that night, parked somewhere public since my spot at home was occupied.
Cole let out a dry laugh and emptied his glass.
You must think I'm crazy.
I was staring at him with my mouth agape. I'm not sure what I had expected to hear, but this was not it. This was terrifying. I believed him, though. Knowing where Andric and the others working the bar came from, the concept of doppelgangers didn't really seem groundless. I shook my head. "I believe you," I replied quietly, my voice raw from my parched throat. I was starting to feel like I'd need a drink as well. "Go on." Cole raised an eyebrow in disbelief before taking in a shaky breath.
"When I came into work the next day, he was already there. He was sitting at my desk, reading through the papers stacked up there. I watched him for a little while. I kind of felt like something was draining from me. Maybe my energy or whatever. I'm sorry, I'm not good at storytelling. I suddenly felt incredibly hopeless, is what I'm saying. I waited in the corridor outside my office for someone to come by. I wanted to talk to my coworkers. Surely they'd notice that there were two of me. When the place got more crowded, they did come by, but they all just ignored me. They didn't so much as look at me. Not even when I tried to speak to them. It was like I wasn't even there. And then I realized it. My wife hadn't noticed me either, even though I'd been standing in the doorway right across from her. Nobody I knew was noticing me. When I turned to look back at the other me sitting in my office, he looked right at me. The only one to look me in the eyes in that entire building. And he smiled. Again, I did nothing. I simply went back to my car and drove around, crying like a baby. I remembered the new saloon, and that's how I ended up at your bar again. See, I have nothing else to do anymore. And no one to talk to, either. I don't have any siblings. My parents live overseas, and I don't have any friends who'd stand with me in this. Even if I had, they would have probably forgotten me by now as well. This is the only place for me.
He sighed and raised his glass. It was empty then, but I smiled at the gesture, though sadly. Cole tried to smile back, but his lip was quivering.
It's warmer here than in my car. The drinks are cheap, so I can just forget about everything for a little while. Besides, you guys here don't know me, and since only strangers seem to acknowledge my existence anymore, I'm grateful for at least being alive here. Being a person here, or whatever. This thing pushed me out of my own life. I don't even dare to walk by my own house anymore because of how much it scares me. And I still have access to my bank account, but who knows how long that's going to last.
So now, you want to kill him?
Of course. It's the only way. No clue what he is, but I bought a gun from some shady guy selling weapons underhand, and I'm just going to fire until that thing isn't moving anymore. I've been waiting for too long already. Once he's dead, I'll take over again. I didn't have much of a life, but I was with the woman I love, and I earned enough money to afford some luxury. My life wasn't busy or glamorous or anything, but it was good. And it was mine.
I nodded. I didn't know what to say, so I offered to let him sleep at the bar that night, since it was warm in there at least. Cole shook his head no.
I appreciate it, but I have to start looking for a chance to, it'll be difficult. I need to do it somewhere no one else sees, and I need to keep my wife from finding out. I don't want her to know. Maybe I should tell her, maybe I will someday, but she'd have a complete meltdown, and I just want to keep her safe. I'll be missing out on a lot of sleep from now on, and I won't be showing up here as often anymore, but this has to be my priority now until it's done.
Is there anything else I could help you with?
No. I really don't want to drag anyone else into this mess. Who knows what's going to happen? But for what it's worth, thank you. It was nice having somebody listen to me. And look at me in the eyes, I suppose.
He rose from his seat and handed me the money for his drink directly. I watched as he left, his jacket pulled tight around his shoulders. He gave me a quick glance before he disappeared through the door, the tiniest of smiles on his lips. Good luck, I called after him, catching a few surprised looks from my other patrons. Smiling awkwardly, I got up and walked over to Andric, who was just in the process of drying off a clean glass. He raised his brows quizzically.
It's nice to know you're getting to know your regulars, but you don't always have to take that long. You don't have to play therapist for whoever comes in here,
he told me. I sighed as I joined him behind the counter. I wasn't playing therapist. This guy just really needed someone to listen to him. He's got a bit of a situation. Say, do you know anything about imposters, like doppelgangers? Andric tilted his head.
Well, a doppelganger doesn't always have to be just that. Usually an encounter with one is said to be bad luck, so in a way, they're harbingers of misfortune. However, what you mean is basically an evil twin, and that could be anything.
He rubbed the glass in his hands with a thoughtful look on his face.
Any being able to mimic something, or someone, can set its sights on you, and try to push itself into your life. However, very few succeed. It'd have to be very powerful to deceive its victim's entire social circle. I mean, you'd have to get every detail about them down cold.
And what if it can do that? And it can copy a person's belongings, too, like a car or something.
It'd have to be even more powerful to do that,
Andric replied.
By the way, I'll gladly tell you anything I know, but since your questions are very specific, I'm guessing this has to do with your friend from earlier?
I nodded quietly.
Care to share exactly what he told you?
I'd rather not for now. But can you kill something like what you just described? Like, with a gun? Andric let out a mirthless chuckle.
If you could, life would be much easier for folk like me. But no, most certainly not.
I dropped the cleaning rag I'd absent-mindedly been wiping the counter with and rushed outside, my heels clacking on the wooden floor. I burst through the door, ran past Beau, who flinched upon seeing me dash by, and called out Cole's name, shouting for him to come back. I walked the length of the street trying to find him. I had to warn him somehow. If what Andric said was true, he wouldn't stand a chance. Maybe he could start anew somewhere else instead. He'd be dying at the hands of that shapeshifter. After half an hour, I realized I wasn't going to find him. My head low, I returned to the new saloon. When I came in, Andric was still where I had left him, but he now had an almost sympathetic look on his face. I took position beside him again. "Go do something else, please," I muttered. "I've got this." I just wanted to be alone with my thoughts for a bit. I listened to the sounds of people chattering as I dried off glasses and cups, tidied up behind the counter, and gave out drinks. I didn't know Cole very well, but I'm the type of person who gets invested, I guess. At least, I used to back when this happened. I overheard May whispering something to Danica as they strolled by. "Can't believe Mac left us with someone this weepy." Or at least, it was something to the tune of that. That just added to my mood. For 2 weeks, I waited for Cole to return. I hadn't asked him to, but I was sure he'd come by to let me know he was alright if he were to succeed. I was very busy with the bar and everything, but he was always on my mind, albeit in the back. And then, one day, completely out of the blue, Cole came marching through the door, his arm around the waist of a beautiful, well-dressed woman. My heart took a leap, and I beamed at the two of them, my chest light with relief. "Hi, Cole," I said, barely able to contain the excitement in my voice, but keeping it cool since he had who I assumed to be his wife with him. After all, she wasn't supposed to find out about the whole incident. "Long time no see. What can I get you?"
"Hello,"
he replied, drawing out the word. I could see a hint of confusion in his eyes. "I thought this was your first time here," the lady muttered into his ear. He nodded, but kept smiling politely. I frowned. Why didn't he recognize me? Furthermore, while he could have easily forgotten about what I looked like, why wouldn't he remember the bar? He'd been here time and again during the course of the evil twin ordeal. It took me longer than I cared to admit to put the pieces together in my head. During that time, all I did was stand and stare dumbly as the realization gradually started to set in, and my stomach slowly sank. Suddenly, I felt a warm hand on my shoulder. Turning around, I found Andric standing next to me. He eyed the couple over, but it was obvious he was focused more on the man. Cole was beginning to look rather uncomfortable, almost angry. Eventually, Andric raised his other hand and pointed at a sign behind us on the wall. "We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone."
"This is a joke, right?"
Cole asked.
"It's not. Would you please leave now?"
Andric's voice was sharp. I was starting to get nervous. To my surprise, he squeezed my shoulder upon feeling it tremble.
"You know you can't just throw anyone out, right? We didn't do anything. Not you, as in the two of you, but you, as in just you. The lady may stay if she wants to.
What did I do?
Do I smell?
Cole let out an incredulous laugh as he glanced around the bar, almost like he was looking for support among the other patrons. What did you do to him? I pressed out. It wasn't a smart thing to ask outright, but I just had to. Is he alive?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Andrick cleared his throat.
As you can see, your presence is distressing her. Please leave now.
He said this with a deadpan look on his face, his voice flat and steady. Cole's wife looked at us like we were crazy, but I could see an angry gleam in the eyes of the imposter as he turned around and made for the door, mumbling something to the lady about how nuts we were. Wait, I screamed, realizing that this was my last chance to warn her. That man is not your husband. The lady turned around, giving me an odd look, but she didn't stop. Instead, she picked up her pace a little, approaching the exit in a hurry. That's not Cole, I shouted, frantically trying to get the words out as, he's dangerous. I felt Andrick cover my mouth with his hand, pulling me away from the counter and grabbing one of my flailing arms with his other one.
You're gonna get it angry,
he hissed into my ear. I struggled, trying to get over to the woman, but Andrick was stronger than he looked. By the time he let go of me, Cole's wife was gone. I looked around. None of the patrons had gotten up during my screaming fit. Like they hadn't even noticed the crazy chick going off at all. Andrick had a bitter smile on his face.
Want to know the kicker? This happens like thrice a year around here.
I still remember a very short letter my uncle left me that kind of relates to what happened back there. It read, Dear Julia, you're nobody's savior. If you try to be, you'll either get yourself hurt or you'll see someone you care about get hurt. Both suck, so keep your distance. Sincerely, your Uncle Mac. My bar is a shabby little thing. Not only does it naturally attract the weirdest patrons, it also never fails to surprise with just how dilapidated it is. One time, I nearly sprained my ankle tripping over a loose floorboard. The back room people and I try to fix the place all the time, but it's like new issues pop up everywhere. We repair a lamp in one of the bathrooms, and next thing you know, another one goes dark. Kind of like that. It wouldn't surprise me if the building was cursed or something. There's upsides to it as well, though. Sometimes we find cool stuff while cleaning. Change, for example. Or in this particular case, a shiny, thin silver necklace with a crystal pendant. Andrick found it while sweeping the floors. May's excited squeals were what alerted me to it. Oh my god, it's so pretty!
Weird. Since when do our patrons have jewelry on them?
Bo chimed in. He rarely says anything, so I remember being surprised at that. Andrick? May began, drawing out the name in a saccharine voice. Can I have it?
Sorry. All items found in the bar are at the disposal of our dear lady.
He handed me the necklace, and I held it up, considering it. Well, someone probably lost it. We'll keep it here and see if they come back for it, I decided. And what if they don't? May inquired, a hopeful look in her eyes. If that happens, then I'm going to start wearing it, I said, smiling as her face fell. I totally would let you have it, but I just don't like people who put up tripwires for me to fall over. May had pulled that actual stunt just a week prior, and I'd almost broken my neck.
And that's why you don't bite the hand that feeds,
Andrick told her in a hushed voice, though I'm sure he fully intended for me to hear. I know it's not good holding grudges, but it was extremely satisfying. The backroom people love playing pranks. I'm used to it, and Andrick isn't as much of a saint as he makes himself out to be. He once emptied an entire bag of potato chips over my head. But May's ones have always been a bit more aggressive. A week went by as we waited for someone to return for the necklace. Then another. I eventually gave in to the desire to declare this sparkly thing my own, and simply put it on one day.
Suits you,
Andrick said curtly, and with that, the matter was off the table. We all just collectively forgot about where it had come from. That was until I came into the bar one morning to find all the chairs and stools had been stacked up in the middle of the room. One large, sturdy pile of furniture that kind of looked like a jungle gym built by someone who hates kids. I already mentioned my employees like to play pranks on me, but when I had ordered them to return to the back room the night prior, the chairs had all been in place. As far as I knew, none of the four could leave until I'd wake them up again. So this couldn't have been one of their practical jokes. I rounded the enormous stack, examining it only to find nothing hinting of its creator. "Andric?" I called out. "Were you guys up yet?" No response. They were still resting, apparently. I stepped up to the door behind the counter, pulled it open, and turned on the lights. "Spirits of this house, get up already." I watched as the four of them crawled out of the wall. Just between us, sometimes I make bets with myself about who will be out first. This time it was Danica. She stretched her arms and waved at me before walking up the stairs, closely followed by the rest of them. "That's new," Danica said when laying eyes on the pile of furniture. "Did you do this?"
"Why would we do that? You just make us put everything back,"
Andric replied. I shrugged. He made a good point. It was still fairly unsettling, seeing as if it had not been them, someone else must have gained access to the bar overnight. We tidied up everything, and Andric told me not to worry.
"Weird things happen here all the time," he explained. "Always have. It's probably nothing."
"If you say so." That was only the first of many incidents, though. That same night, the bar was pretty full for once, and we were watching a game on that small flat-screen TV above the counter. I'm not a sports person, but since a lot of the patrons seemed to be paying attention to it, I got sucked in a bit myself. That was until the screen began to flicker and suddenly went out. I could hear disappointed groans coming from several tables, and some guy shouted to make it come back on. Andric shot me a confused look as he reached for the remote. Neither of us knew how odd this was. The TV was the one thing about this bar that had never failed us before. I watched as he pressed a few random buttons, then tried to turn it on and off again. But it didn't react. He groaned and swung himself up on the counter with surprising agility, beginning to fumble around with the back of the TV. I don't know what he did exactly, but eventually it did come back on, transmitting the cheerful sounds of the game.
"There,"
Andric muttered as he climbed back down. I sighed and got ready to clean the counter where he'd stood, when suddenly the loud noise of static cut through the air. I hurriedly glanced up at the TV again, just in time to see a face staring down at me. I couldn't see much of it, just two large gray eyes. The rest was obscured by a thin white bedsheet the person had wrapped around their head and shoulders. Just a second later, the game was back on. I turned around to face the patrons. "Did any of you see that just now?" Some nodded and waved me off like it was no big deal, while others didn't react at all. Andric looked at me with his brows raised. I just shook my head. I decided I would probably have to stop jumping at every small thing happening here. If I'd end up being only nervous all the time, the people here would lose whatever little respect they hopefully had for me. As the days progressed, however, these things kept happening, and they got more and more extreme. I would find the tables turned over when coming in the mornings. One time, 5 of the old bottles we kept behind the counter had been smashed, putting to waste some of our higher quality drinks, and Lord knows we don't have much of those. Our electricity would keep having these little dropouts, and while those never lasted, they would occur often enough to annoy everyone. Worse yet, I kept seeing that face. Every time I turned on the TV, or sometimes even my phone, the image of those large eyes wrapped by that same white blanket would flash up on it for only a split second. Then, one night, Bo came up to me while I was standing behind the counter.
"Hey, we've got someone sneaking around outside, I think."
I looked up at him in surprise. "What do you mean?"
"I keep hearing footsteps, and the trash can behind the wall has fallen over twice now. I picked it up both times. I also saw a person creep around there, a really short one dressed in something white. If you want me to go follow them, I could, but I'd have to leave the door unwatched."
I felt a shiver run down my spine at his words. Please check up on it. I'll keep an eye out for the door while you're gone. Got it. Bo gave me a nod before disappearing outside. I quickly bent down to grab my uncle's box of letters from where I'd stashed it away behind the counter. I had admittedly been a bit lazy with my reading. I had only gone through about 2 more at that point, and neither of them contained any advice on what to do when you'd have stuff like this happening. I hurried to grab and scan a few random letters for information, only to find nothing. Upon realizing that if the bar spirits didn't know what was going on, Uncle Mac probably wouldn't have written about it either, I gave up and instead walked up to the door. I stayed there for a while, but I didn't make for a very good bouncer, especially compared to Bo. A look at my watch told me I'd been waiting for 10 minutes already. I was starting to get concerned. Bo literally should have been back by then. Eventually, I cleared my throat and called out his name in a shaky voice. No response, except a strange noise coming from somewhere to the side of the building. There's a very tight little alley between the bar and the house it borders on to its right. It's a dead end, and it's where the trash can Bo had mentioned was located. I figured maybe he'd gotten stuck there somehow and needed help. It was hard to imagine anything happening to him considering his enormous stature, but it wasn't impossible. I went behind the counter and grabbed one of our large cutting knives, concealing it inside my handbag before waving Andric over and letting him know about what was going on. I told him if I wouldn't be back in 20 minutes, he needed to call the police, but refrained from going outside himself. Thankfully, there were only 3 people inside the bar at the time, and they were all huddled up in one corner focused on a game of cards. At least they wouldn't notice something was up. I walked outside, the cold air hitting me like a splash of water. This didn't feel right. I tried to keep my steps as quiet as possible. Every time one of my heels met with the cobblestones below, I felt myself wince as the hair on my neck stood up. I had already buried my hand in my purse, clutching the handle of the knife. I rounded the corner and looked down the alleyway. What I saw made me freeze. Bo stood at the very end of it, right in front of the wall. He didn't move or speak, but he had visibly tensed up, staring only at the figure kneeling on the ground a little bit ahead of him. There, next to the overthrown trash can, sat a young girl. She was wrapped from head to toe in a large white bedsheet, veiling her in a way that left only her head and bare feet sticking out. She was holding the blanket in place with one hand, while rummaging through the trash that had spilled out from the small container with the other. My eyes remained glued to her for 10 seconds, which felt like an eternity, before Bo suddenly made a surprised noise. I looked up only to find that he had noticed me. His eyes darted between the child on the ground and myself, and he almost seemed to mouth for me to get lost. The girl raised her head. Turning to Bo, she said in a very quiet voice, "Didn't I tell you to stay still?" He immediately froze up again, and she lowered her head, once again focusing on going through the trash. Bo silently raised a finger to his lips. I nodded. She hadn't seen me yet. I didn't know why he was so afraid of her, but I could tell something about her was very wrong. It was not just her blanket, or the fact that she was outside without any shoes on at this time of the year. It was how she felt. When you have a person standing beside you, you can sometimes feel their warmth, and you can see the life in their eyes. It's an odd thing to say, and I can't properly describe it, but you're simply aware of their presence one way or another. This little girl did not feel real. It was like I was looking at something I wasn't supposed to see. It was this alien sense of unease that caused my stomach to churn. Bo slowly took a cautious step toward me, placing the soft soles of his shoes as lightly on the ground as he could. It looked almost like he was trying to cross a river by balancing his way over on an old wobbly bridge. When he finally reached me, he grabbed me by the wrist and began tugging me back towards the bar's entrance. That very second, the girl's head jerked around as she stared at us with wide gray eyes. "Who are you?" she asked, her high-pitched voice shrill and aggressive. She rose to her feet, pulling the blanket tighter around her shoulders, as she slowly took a step toward us. Before I could answer, her eyes narrowed and she let out an ear-piercing screech. She lunged at me, throwing me to the ground with a strength I would have never expected from her. I screamed with pain as she pushed my head against the stone ground, and for a second or two, everything went black. I could hear Bo growling as he tried to pull her off of me, only to be shoved away. The girl forcefully turned me over, throwing herself onto my back and starting to scratch the back of my neck. "Get off!" I whined. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, I heard a tiny clinking sound and felt something scrape my throat. That's when I remembered the necklace. She had been trying to take it off. Now that she finally had it, she crawled off of me. I groaned, slowly turning around to look up at her. She was sitting on the ground beside me, staring at the shiny necklace in her tiny pale hand. And she was incredibly calm all of a sudden. "Thank God. I've been looking for this everywhere," she muttered, talking more to herself than to me or Bo. "If Mom found I'd taken it out to play, if she found out I lost it, she would have been so angry." She slowly raised her head and looked down at me, something akin to a smile on her face. "Mom loves her jewelry. She hates when I touch it." With that, she got up and, necklace in hand, jogged over to the end of the alley. She was heading right towards the wall, and just as she should have been about to run into it, she disappeared. She didn't fade out or anything, but one second she was there, and the next she was gone. I stared after her with my neck craned for a good 2 seconds, before starting my first fruitless attempt to get up. My whole body was aching, and I let out a small whimper. Bo rushed to my side and shoved his arm beneath my shoulders to pull me up, but he was rough, and my sides flared up with pain. He apologized and ran back inside the bar, returning with Andric at his side. I chuckled as I looked up at the both of them, tears of pain in my eyes, yet at the same time weirdly amused by the sheer absurdity of the situation.
"What happened?"
Andric asked softly, leaning down to help me get to my feet. "Ask Bo later," I muttered, whining as he propped me up.
"Didn't you have a necklace on you?"
"Wasn't mine. Gave it back." The two of them half led, half carried me inside the new saloon. I contemplated going to the hospital, but then again, nothing was broken, and as far as I could tell, it was just bruises. We closed down early for the night, and I sat down in one of the cozier corner booths. I didn't get up until morning. I really did end up spending the night in my shabby little bar, my head resting on a table the back room people had thankfully cleaned for me. It was nice having them all be polite at the same time for once. I didn't sleep the entire night, though. I asked Danica to bring me a pen and paper, and then told them they could go into the back room and rest if they wanted to. And to my surprise, some of them stuck around, though. Bo went straight downstairs, while May stuck around to watch TV. I had brought a couple books with me, and Danica had borrowed one on small business, which she was reading a lot more diligently than I ever had. Andric had sat down on the cushioned bench with me, and was watching me ponder over my pen and paper.
"What do you want to write?"
"Since none of you knew about the little girl with the blanket, I've been thinking the letters Uncle Mac left me might need some additions." Andric laughed.
"You haven't even finished reading them."
"True. But I hope whoever gets the bar after me will be more up to the task. And hey, since you're here already, you should help me out. You knew about doppelgangers, so what do you think about this?" So now there's a letter from me somewhere in that box among those that Uncle Mac left me. I won't transcribe it exactly, since I just wrote down the better part of everything I know above, but here's what I added with Andric's help. It's possible she's a poltergeist. However, she apparently isn't bound to any person in particular, and has no trouble showing herself in the same form for an extended period of time. Poltergeists are said to be more likely to haunt a person than a location, which we're not sure is the case with her. She seems to have detailed memories of a past life, mentioning her mother as the reason why she was after the necklace. We don't know exactly how that got into the bar, by the way, but in the end we're just glad to be rid of it. So if you find any piece of jewelry in the bar that looks like it doesn't belong, just stash it away somewhere the girl can easily find it. Please don't make it hard on her. She seems really confused. It wouldn't be the last time we'd meet her, though. You might remember some of the regulars of my bar, the new saloon. This is actually about the crying lady who always orders whiskey here. Shauna. For a long time, I didn't know anything else about her. Since I'm not retelling these stories in chronological order, I should probably mention that this happened before the incident with the little girl. It was not long after the whole coal ordeal, though. What you need to know is that sometimes I have these little sudden spurts of excitement and curiosity. One day, I experienced exactly that, and the object of my interest was the sobbing lady in the corner. I stood around watching her for a while, unsure of whether I should go over there or not. I wanted to talk to her, but I was worried it would upset her. I asked Andrick what he thought, and he said just to try. So that's what I did. I walked over to her, another glass of whiskey in hand. "Excuse me, Shauna?" "Hi." She looked up at me, her long, flowing gray hair framing a wrinkled, puffed face. "Hello. Are you Julia, right?" "I am," I replied, placing the glass in front of her. "On the house. Can I sit with you?" "Yes, sure," she whispered, her voice shaky and stifled with tears. I smiled and sat down across from her. Up close, her eyes looked even sadder. I cleared my throat. "I hope you don't mind me asking, but why are you crying?" Shauna stared at me for a few seconds before lowering her head again, giving way to more heavy sobs. Her shoulders were shaking, and there was spittle running from her slack lower lip. "Little Brendan. It started with little Brendan. He was the first one. The first one I cried for. That was so long ago. So long ago. Over a century, maybe even 2. I winced. I hadn't expected her to start talking this freely, much less about something that happened 2 centuries ago. Part of me wondered if she was simply confused or a little crazy. But at that point, the experience a certain patron had had with his doppelganger was still fresh in my mind, so who was to say this was impossible? "I'm from a hill. From a mound," she went on, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I ascended from it. I need to warn them. I need to warn everybody. But I need to mourn them, too. I've given up on the warnings. It happens everywhere, but I can't be everywhere, so they'll never hear my screams. So I have to cry for those that have been forgotten. The ones that disappeared or were replaced. The babies and the poor souls whose lives were stolen." "What do you mean?" I asked quietly. I wanted to understand. I wished to know more so desperately, yet none of what she said made any sense to me. "My dear lady," she uttered in a soft voice, looking up at me through hooded eyes. "You don't look like Mac at all. You're so different from him. It's strange he chose for you to take over." I frowned. "How so?" "Because..." She looked like she'd forgotten what she was about to say. "I don't..." Her voice broke up again, and she lost herself in a fit of sobs. Suddenly, she sat up straight. Her head jerked up, and she looked me right in the eyes. I almost jumped at the unexpected movement. When she spoke up again, her voice was very stern and flat. "Little Brendan was out playing with his friends when they ventured into a forest nearby. They were not supposed to go there, and they knew, but they were children. They were careless. What they were unaware of was the beast that stalked those woods. The beast their parents had not warned them of, believing themselves progressive in their rejection of this local superstition. They figured it was a forest full of wild animals, nothing else. Dangerous, yet to be expected. The children began a game of hide-and-seek, and all were found except for one. No one ever saw Brandon again. They found a torn piece of clothing strung up somewhere in a tree. It was the only thing left of him." Shauna paused, tilting her head like she was wondering if I'd been listening. "When Brendan died, I wept for the first time. I sat by the creek where his mother and sister would go fetch water, and there I wept, waiting for them to come and see me. They knew he was dead even before the other children returned with the news of his disappearance." I sat staring at her, my head reeling. She was still staring at me, but her shoulders had slumped again. She slowly reached for her glass and brought it up to her lips. taking a small sip of whiskey before continuing. Every one of my sisters has a family to warn or weep for. They follow them through the ages. They bring them news of a loved one's death or impending doom, even if the person in question is far, far away. I don't have a family like that. I'm here for the rest of them. My mind was spinning. Part of me was terrified, but the other part was simply overwhelmed. It was too much information to process. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder and looked up to see Andric standing above me.
I'm sorry, Shauna. I need to borrow her for a second.
With that, he helped me to my feet and led me through the bar's double door, out into the chilly, dark night.
It looked like you really needed a break and some explaining, maybe. She's intense, huh?
You could say that, I muttered, reaching up to rub my temples. So, you know more about her? Is she dangerous or anything? Andric smiled and shook his head.
Not in the least. She's not human, though.
We really don't have a lot of those coming in, do we?
We don't have a lot of them working here, either,
he replied with a shrug.
Shauna isn't like us, though. Actually, I pity her a little. Shauna is a banshee, or at least something of the sort. Legends and fairy tales aren't reliable. Someone always gets something wrong.
He paused.
Do you know anything about banshees?
I sighed. Of course not.
Well, banshees are a type of spirit. The name means something to the tune of women from the fairy mound, though they can hardly be called fairies. They're more like something in between, I'd say. Anyways, they are harbingers of death or extreme misfortune. Sometimes they'll even predict deaths. When you see a banshee, one that isn't Shauna, and she's crying or wailing, it means that either someone you're very close to has died or maybe about to.
Wait, she said something like that. Something about how her kind has to follow a family or something.
Some banshees have been said to be tied to one family in particular. That's true. Others appear randomly. Shauna, on the other hand, she has an entire group to tend to. Namely, everyone whose deaths are related to something unnatural. As in, she won't mourn someone who dies of old age, for example. But she has to cry for everyone who's gotten killed by, say, an evil spirit.
He sighed, looking up at the sky almost dreamily.
Imagine that. Chances are she'll never be able to stop crying. She can probably hardly keep up.
So, she'll just be sad forever? That sucks. Can we do anything to help her? Andric shook his head, no.
It's what she is. You can't stop her from being what she's supposed to be. You wouldn't be able to drag me away from this bar, either. It's not exactly the same thing, but sort of. She won't stop, ever. That's why she sits around here all day. She's given up on running around trying to find people she's crying for. So she just cries to herself, I guess. I think she's trying to live a normal life. I don't know where she lives or where she gets the money to pay for her drinks from, but I never talked to her long enough to find out.
I hung my head. I felt sorry for her. She'd seemed rather nice, too. Suddenly, I had an idea. If she knew about the deaths she was mourning, then maybe she'd know about Cole. I rushed back inside and plopped down on the cushioned bench across from Shauna again. Hey, I have this friend who I think might have had something really bad happen to him. There was this thing, this creature that could make itself look just like him, and it took his place. He said he wanted to go up against it. I haven't seen him ever since, and I know the monster is still living his life, so... You want to know if he survived? She said quietly. I nodded, and the old woman let out a wheezing sob. I'm sorry for asking, I quickly added. I didn't mean to bother you. I just thought... I remember him. It's been a while, but I remember. Her voice was weak and faltering, as though she had to push herself, pressing out each word with laborious difficulty. I screamed when I saw his doom was impending, but then I stopped. I knew he was in great danger, but I don't know for sure he died. My chest suddenly felt lighter than ever. I suppose I had forgotten just how much Cole's disappearance had been weighing down on me. I wondered if he truly had survived, and if he would ever come back and tell me what exactly had happened. But for the time being, I was satisfied knowing there was at least a chance he could have made it through. It was all I could ask for, and more than I'd expected. Shauna, thank you so much for telling me. I hope I didn't bother you. I had to know what happened to him. It's all right, she breathed. To my surprise, she reached for my hand, giving me the faintest of smiles. I took it and squeezed it. Her skin was wrinkly and her fingers stiff, but there was a comforting warmth to her touch. And then, all of a sudden, she opened her mouth and began to scream. Her voice, now shrill and loud, cut through the stale air and put an abrupt end to the tranquil chatter of the other patrons. The old woman's other hand had jerked across the table, her bony fingers wrapping themselves around my wrist with a strength I would have never expected her to possess. She yanked me towards her by my arm, pulling me onto the table, still shrieking like a wild animal. I was in shock at first. I couldn't move at all. Then I managed to crane my neck and look up at her. Her wrinkled face was contorted into an odd, twisted expression I couldn't read. Her eyes had rolled back into her head, and spittle was dripping from her open mouth.
It's coming. It's coming for you. It'll eat you alive. It'll find its way in and tear you apart from the inside,
she roared, her voice deep and mighty. I couldn't help myself. I began to scream, begging her to let go of me. Her grip on my arm was relentless and sent tears of pain into my eyes. She's going to break my wrist, I thought.
It'll spread inside you. It's coming now.
Shauna's cries drowned out even my own voice. The words left her lips fast. Some of her spittle flew into my face, hitting my cheeks as I tried helplessly to recoil.
The spirits will bind you. He'll try to. He'll try.
Her voice trailed off, and she began to gasp for air. Andric had come up to us and kept pulling on her arm, trying to separate her from me. Finally, she let go of me, and I sank down onto the table. All this had happened in a matter of seconds, but it felt like she had held me in place for eternity. My arm was burning with pain, and I was panting like crazy. Danica came running up to me first.
Oh my God, are you okay?
The blonde girl asked, carefully picking me up by the shoulders and placing me back in my seat.
I think something's broken,
I whimpered.
What the hell was that?
Andric was towering over Shauna, looking down at her in both anger and disbelief. She wasn't responding, though. She just sat still, her lips quivering as though she was still weeping. But not a single sound left her lips. Eventually, she slowly pushed herself up from her seat. Andric, looking puzzled, stood to the side to allow her to walk past him. I watched her leave, her crooked, frail figure disappearing behind the red double doors.
Are you just going to let her go?
Danica asked Andric, still looking aghast.
Yeah, let's go catch the ghost. That'll work out well, he replied, shaking his head. This has never happened before. She's usually really passive. I don't know what's gotten into her.
Glancing down at me, he added,
Does it hurt a lot? How bad is it?
I literally can't move my hand, I told him, biting my lip to keep myself from crying. Not only was there this searing pain in my arm, but I was also pretty shaken up. Shauna's words were still echoing in my mind. If she could predict people's deaths and warn them of it, what did that mean for me? I sincerely hoped she just had a confused fit, as cruel as that sounds, but I didn't actually believe it. No, to be honest, I was terrified.
You should see a doctor, Andric said. Any idea on how to get to a hospital?
He was right. I wasn't going to drive using just one hand. I ended up going outside to make a few phone calls. I thankfully got a friend of mine who lived just around the corner to pick me up and drive me. I don't remember the details, but my wrist wasn't broken. It still took a little while for me to be able to move it again. Plus, my arm was severely bruised, especially where she dug her fingertips into my flesh. In the end, the worst thing about it was the shock, I suppose. Shauna wouldn't come back around for a long time afterwards. She stayed away from the new saloon for like 5 months straight, if memory serves me right. When she came back, it was like the whole thing never happened. We were wary of letting her back in at first, but when we eventually did, she just sat down again and cried. Shauna and I never really spoke at length again. I'll be honest, it felt really strange writing all of this out. Not just because it's been so long, and I still feel sorry for the burden Shauna has to carry, but also because I know now what she told me about that day really had been a warning. And now, years later, I also know what she'd been warning me about. This thing that was coming for me. It. I can feel it inside me, even as I'm typing this. I like my bar. It's gross and dirty, and everything here is always broken. But I loved it the second I came inside. The employees are a handful, but you learn not to let that bother you. They just enjoy playing pranks. And I'm one step ahead of those most of the time anyway. Take Andric, for example. Andric's thing used to be to pour stuff over me. I've had potato chips, confetti, sugar. He wanted to give flour a try too, but when I saw him weirdly perched on the counter with something hidden behind his back, I could see it coming from a mile away. I just walked right up to him and said, "If you do that, I'll have you clean it out. I'll lean over the sink and you're gonna wash it out." I was actually serious. Andric lowered his head and slowly slid off the counter. Considering that, a lot of things here aren't exactly as bad as they seem. There was still plenty Uncle Mac had seen fit to warn me about, though. What I'm about to tell you happened very early on. I think it might have even been before I met Cole. I wasn't used to anything yet. Rather, I was still trying to wrap my head around all the strangeness that had so suddenly been thrust upon me. I was standing behind the counter on a slow day, reading one of my uncle's letters. Dear Julia, about the back room people. You've probably noticed by now that they're not as bad as they seem at first glance. Their pranks included. I bet you've gotten a couple of tripwires already. I've had to go through the exact same thing. But it's okay. They need you as much as you need them. But it's important you do not make them dislike you. You can anger them, sure. Punish them for jokes that go too far. But don't be cruel. You're probably not the type for that. But I'm still saying it just to be safe. You don't want to know how they can get when you give them a reason to hate you. In case you do want to know, though, you'll find the whole story in the letter after this one. Or maybe you can just ask Andric about it. Perhaps he likes you enough to let you in on it more carefully. I don't know. Just consider it a fair warning. Sincerely, your Uncle Mac. I looked up from the letter in confusion. I figured I really should ask Andric first, but upon turning around, I found myself face to face with him. I let out a tiny gasp, and he took a step back and apologized. "Did you see the letter?" I asked. He nodded, so I asked what it was about. He took the piece of paper from my hand and scanned it hurriedly before giving it back to me.
I don't want to talk about that. You're still adjusting and you just end up being afraid. You've got a job to do. Just try getting used to that first, before digging into something you might not like finding out about.
Come on. This place has spooked me plenty of times already. I can handle it. Andric shook his head.
Please, just be patient. There's being able to handle something, and there's being able to handle it well. Two different things. Easy to confuse.
I gave in, but of course I read the letter that night, when he and the others were asleep in the back room. I know I might have been better off heeding his advice, but there's some things you just can't push into the back of your mind and ignore. This was one of those. There was also the intrigue of Uncle Mac's secret life. Reading his letters always gave me this uncanny yet familiar feeling. I had known this man, but not really. While he was alive, I hadn't thought him to be interesting in the least. But now, it's a very strange thing to think about. I sat down in one of the corner booths with the letter. The bar was silent and empty. The only light that was still on was the tiny tabletop lamp in front of me, illuminating the pages in my hands. The image of Uncle Mac the way I'd known him, a tall, heavy yet visibly strong man, with stubble on his chin and unkempt brown hair, was still fresh in my mind when I began to read. Dear Julia, my father wasn't a good man. His name was Steve. Nobody who knew Steve liked him. He had a superficial kind of charm, but once you spent more time around him, the true colors started to show. It was his job to run the bar, and while he was popular with the regulars, that slimy asshole treated the employees like shit. For your information, Leah, the backroom people don't need much. If they ever want anything, they'll be very direct about it, and you should grant them what little they ask of you. But there's no need to pamper them. They're made for doing what they do. This place is their life. You're probably wondering what they are exactly. They've been called a lot of names throughout history and different cultures, but none of those descriptions really capture the essence of our four spirits. My grandmother called them domovoi. My grandfather insisted they were brownies. But in essence, they're fairies of the hearth. Domestic spirits. Creatures that at one point have been attached, or attached themselves to, a house or a family and seek to establish order there. They're helpful, mischievous at times, and spiteful when angry. But most of the time, they're quite alright. As for Andric and the others, they're a little different from the old tales. For one, a house spirit's presence is more often felt than seen. But these guys just strut around the bar like they own the place. They're not very shy. Also, instead of just sowing dissension or whatever when they're provoked, they've gotten violent before. My dad always used to take me to the bar with him, even when I was little. He said he wanted me to get used to everything, but I think he just wanted me to be an extra hand. He was the kind of guy who cleaned glasses with a spit, you know? Back when I was little, the backroom people were very nice to me. They'd try to take on most chores that were given to me so I'd have more time to play. My father, however, wasn't as popular with them, and for good reason. He'd chase them around, scream at them, call them names, and even threw a glass at one of the girls one time after closing. I have to be honest, he frightened me when he'd get like that. Worse yet, I could see the backroom people growing increasingly discontent with him. But they appeared to be less afraid than furious. I would often ask my father why he wasn't being nicer to them. I simply didn't get it. They were perfectly friendly. They never did anything wrong. Dad just laughed and said, "They're not human, boy. They're more like devils than people, and someone has to put the fear of God into them." That settled the matter for him. I saw it was getting worse, though. These hateful glances the backroom people would shoot him. How they'd whisper to each other when he wasn't listening. I had a feeling something very bad was about to happen. And soon. You can only hit a dog with a stick for so long until it starts biting you. It was Andric that bit. I saw him go down to the back room in broad daylight one day. Nobody had told him to go down there. I was confused, obviously, so I followed him. I stayed at the top of the staircase and watched as he knelt down in the middle of the room, his back turned to me. He was sitting up straight, his head lowered almost abjectly. He was mumbling something, but I could only pick up on snippets of what he was saying. It was something along the lines of, "Have mercy on my soul and forgive my disrespect," but I wasn't quite certain. It was an unnerving sight. Andric had always been this calm, lively guy, but right then he looked almost menacing. I was nervous, so I shifted my weight on my feet, causing the floorboards below me to creak. I winced, and Andric's head jerked around. I backed away, but he'd already seen me. He hurriedly stood up and quickly climbed the stairs. He grabbed me by the wrist and pulled me back inside, shutting the door behind us. I stared up at him with wide eyes, nervous and uncertain. I didn't know what I'd just overheard, but I had a feeling it wasn't good. "Hey, buddy," Andric said, crouching down to get on eye level with me. The softness of his voice took me by surprise. I had expected him to be mad at me, but he didn't seem to be. Not at all.
"So, can you keep a secret?"
Don't get me wrong. I knew this wasn't right, but I didn't want to risk testing him, so I said yes.
Then I'd really like for you to not tell anybody you saw me pray.
He tilted his head.
I'll know if you tattle on me.
I won't, I promised, my heart sinking. Curiosity overtook me, though. I stammered. What were you praying for?
Forgiveness.
Did you do something bad? He smiled bitterly and shook his head.
No, but there's something bad I'm going to have to do soon. It's necessary.
He paused and looked over at me with a sad expression, like he felt sorry for me.
Can you do something else for me? When you're home tonight, please go to bed early and don't get up.
I would have done anything just to end that conversation, so I quickly nodded and told him I would. Andric patted my shoulder and walked past me. I tried hard to sleep that night, but despite my efforts, I laid awake. My talk with Andric had really shaken me up. I wasn't sure what he was going to do, but I was afraid nonetheless. My mother and father had already gone off to bed a long time ago and were peacefully asleep, just like my baby brother and sister in the room next to mine. I kept glancing over at my alarm clock, which is how I knew that it was around 3 a.m. when I heard a strange noise coming from somewhere downstairs. It was a kind of metallic clattering. I got up from bed and quietly opened the door that led out into the hallway. I tried to make as little noise as possible as I sneaked down the stairs and around the corner. It was coming from the kitchen, I was sure of it. To get into our kitchen, you'd have to walk through the living room first. So that's what I did. I crouched down and crawled over to behind the couch where I decided to stay and hide. I figured who or whatever was rummaging around back there wouldn't spot me. But since the kitchen was open and not separated from the living room, I could still look inside from where I was hiding if I just leaned over a little. I carefully peered out from behind the couch, just in time to see the oven door swinging open. What happened next shouldn't have been possible. Our oven was of normal size, able to fit a turkey but not a person. And yet, from behind the door, 2 hands emerged, grabbing on to each side. They were followed by a head, then a neck and shoulders. A loud creaking noise accompanied the intruder as he slowly pulled himself out of the oven and onto the tiled floor. More and more of him came slithering out of that confined, dark space, not unlike an enormous snake emerging from its lair. It was grotesque, the way his limbs bent and stretched as he crawled outside. No human body could ever move that way. I clung to the edge of the couch cushion, trying to keep my hands from trembling and my heart from beating too fast, for fear the man would somehow impossibly hear it. Finally, he rose to his feet. I watched as he looked around in the kitchen in the darkness. There was a block of knives on the counter, and he grabbed one by the handle and pulled it out. It was slim and sharp. He held it up as though he was considering it. My stomach turned. The man let out a soft sigh, and, knife in hand, made his way out into the living room. He walked by me without even stopping, and my heart leapt with relief. However, when the moonlight coming in through one of the living room windows fell onto his face, I found it to be strikingly familiar. Don't get me wrong. I had known all along it was Andric, but there was a difference between knowing something and realizing it. He made his way upstairs, his feet not making a single sound as he carried himself across the floor. I waited until I was sure he'd reached the hallway above before I crept out of my hiding spot and followed him with bated breath. When I arrived on the upper floor, I found that the door to my parents' bedroom stood open. I hid behind the door frame and cautiously peered inside. My mind was racing with thoughts of what he was going to do. Would he kill my father? Stab him or slit his throat? I wanted to do something, stop him somehow, but I couldn't. I knew if I were to try and fight him, it'd be my death sentence. I was sure of it. In hindsight, maybe if I just screamed loudly to wake my parents, Andric would have fled, but as a little boy, that simply didn't occur to me. My breathing had become faster and more labored, and I covered my mouth and nose with my hand, trying to quiet it. From where I was cowering, I could see my mom and dad sleeping in their bed. Andric was sitting on the floor to my father's side. He had turned on the small lamp on his nightstand, the light of which was just dim enough to not wake either of my parents. I watched as he peeled away the blanket and pulled out my father's arm. He then brought the blade of the knife to his mouth and, to my surprise, slowly dragged his tongue across it. I could see his spit glistening on the tip. He was holding Dad's arm in place with his other hand and, mumbling something I couldn't quite understand, lowered the wet knife down onto Steve's exposed palm. I knew he'd cut him because the knife came back slightly bloodied. Andric carefully set the weapon aside and pressed Dad's palm into a tight fist with both hands. He was still whispering to himself until he eventually withdrew, picked up the knife, and got to his feet. Realizing he was coming back, I quickly slid behind a nearby cabinet, hoping he wouldn't see me. He didn't. Andric calmly walked back outside, shut the door behind himself, and went back downstairs, only stopping on his way to straighten a framed photo hanging on the wall. I heard water running down in the kitchen, and assumed he was cleaning the knife, followed by the sound of the oven door being opened and shut. When I was certain he was gone, I went back to bed. I spent the rest of the night lying awake, too terrified to sleep. My father had changed that night. Everyone in and outside of our family noticed. He had completely lost his temper. He didn't yell or shout anymore, but neither did he smile or laugh. When he wasn't working at the bar, he just sat around at home, staring into the distance like a zombie. He ate and slept and all that, but it was though the rest of him had completely vanished. He rarely talked. And when he did, it was mostly just nonsensical rambling and an eerily soft voice. I was still very young at the time. Seeing my old man like that frightened me, and I avoided him like the plague. I never told Mom about what really happened that night. She sought out the help of doctors for both the body and the mind, never giving up hope that her husband would return to her the way he used to be someday. I was the only one who knew that no earthly medicine could ever cure my father of what had befallen him. I was the only one who knew of Andric's curse. Steve died early, when he was in his late 50s. I took over the bar, and that was that. At first, I was wary of Andric, but I wasn't about to make the same mistake as my dad. I was always nice to him and the others, and eventually they started viewing me as a point of trust, even a friend. That, Julia, is the type of relationship you want to have with the backroom people. Be their friend, but a friend with authority. A good boss, basically. There's no need to be afraid of them. And when there is, well, you'll be the first to know. Now, I know you well enough, kid. You're mellow. Unlikely to lash out. But still, I didn't sit down and write out this childhood experience like it was a horror story for nothing. So please do take it to heart. I don't want to scare you, it's simply a warning. Sincerely, your Uncle Mac. That was how I found out more about the backroom people. Of course, it was hardly all there was to know about them, but it was a start. Mac's letter had left me with a queasy feeling of dread in the pit of my stomach that day. As much as I hated to admit it, Andric had probably been correct. I really should have waited a bit longer. Better yet, when I kept to myself the following day, he immediately knew what was up. He caught me on my way out of the bathroom.
You found out about Steve, didn't you?
He began. I nodded slowly.
Okay, listen. I'm not planning on doing anything to hurt you. I mean, not right now, I'm not. If you start acting out on us, I might change my mind. Steve simply had to go. I did not sign up for being kicked around.
I raised my brows. Then what did you sign up for exactly?
Never mind.
No, tell me. Uncle Mac said something about you being bound to a place. You mean you agreed to that? Is that what happened? Andrick threw back his head in exhaustion and let out an exasperated groan.
Just go back to work.
I didn't prod. At least not that day. Even I knew it was too early. You might have guessed it already, but I've had my bar for a long time. And by now, I actually consider myself a pretty alright owner. I've gotten to know all of the regulars. I learned how to mix a couple good drinks. And I even made up one of my own. Although that didn't work out very well. Especially for those poor souls who pitied me enough to give it a try. I'm so sorry, Danica. My point is, after I had properly adjusted to the bar's needs, and those of my employees, a lot of things came much easier to me. I started working harder as well. I saw to it that the bar got as clean as possible, which still wasn't all that clean, but it's the thought that counts. And I even hung up a couple new pictures and signs here and there. That's not to say I suddenly became a pro or something, mind you. There were still things I didn't find out until later. For example, there was one letter left by my uncle that was a little more thoroughly sealed in its envelope than most of the others. Mac had scribbled something on its back. Don't read this until you've seen the real Irene. That obviously got me thinking. And not only because it rhymed a little. I mentioned Irene before. The lady who allegedly was in the bar on my very first night, too. Andrick poured her a glass of wine back then, and told me that for some reason she would always be welcome here. The weirdest thing about that was that I couldn't see the woman that he was talking about. At first I thought she wasn't there at all, thinking Andrick was pulling my leg. But that was before I found the letter Mac had told me not to read yet. After that, I made a few attempts to question the bar's spirits about it, but it didn't get me anywhere. That was until one late summer night. It had been a particularly pleasant day at the bar, and one of the rare occasions on which we got a couple new patrons. It was a group of guys bar hopping, and we'd apparently not been the first establishment on their route, since they came in singing and laughing. They were extremely upbeat and asked May, Danica, and me to sit with them for a few minutes. There weren't many other patrons in at the time, so I figured there'd be no harm in joining them for a bit. I won't lie, it was fun talking to them, despite them being buzzed. At least until Andrick came over with an uncomfortable look on his face.
Hey, could you stop being so loud? Irene doesn't like the noise.
Well, tell Irene to leave then, May replied, shooting him an angry glance before returning to the beaming man she'd been chatting to. It's a bar, things get lively. Andrick sighed.
Julia, would you please?
I think Julia is just as involved in this conversation as we are. She's with us on this. May cut him off. Which I'm only mentioning because of how rare it is for her to show me any form of companionship. I was almost sad to turn her down. Sorry guys, but I think if it's bothering Irene, we should keep it down. About time to hop on over to the next bar for you anyways, isn't it? The boys got on their way, and May stared at me like she wanted to murder me. But I didn't want to risk disrespecting the invisible entity that was said to be sitting at the counter with a glass of wine. Andrick seemed content, and I followed him behind the counter to talk. So, what did Irene say?
Just that she'd like some peace and quiet for the night. She was very apologetic about even asking.
He sighed.
I kind of hate that May doesn't care about her.
He added in a lower voice.
She's being really insensitive.
Why are we whispering? I answered in a similarly quiet tone.
Well, I don't want her to hear,
he uttered, glancing over at the wine glass on the counter with a quick smile. He then leaned in and whispered into my ear.
I don't want her to be upset. She had it rough, you know? You gotta be careful with dead people who've suffered a tragic loss of life. They can be very fragile. And when they experience intense emotions, they get destructive.
So you're worried she's gonna run rampant in here or something? Wait, that would make her a ghost, right?
Oh, she's a ghost, all right. And yes, but I feel sorry for her, too. I'm not sure you're ready to hear about what happened to her.
His voice trailed off, and he glanced down at me uncertainly. No, I'm ready. Tell me. Andric looked a tad apprehensive, but eventually shrugged and shook his head, as though he was trying to chase a thought away.
Yeah, well, not right in front of her. After work.
I spent the rest of the night staring at that lonely wine glass. It was an eerie sight up there all by itself on the countertop. Once we'd cleaned up after closing, I announced to 3/4 of the back room people that they'd be having some extra time to chill upstairs. At least that decision was met with mild approval. Bo and May sat down in the back so they could watch TV without craning their necks, and Danica started reading one of my books again. Andric and I, however, made our way into the back room. In my first post, I mentioned that there's another door down in the basement where the employees sleep. I haven't written about it since, because there simply hasn't been any reason to. When Andric led me over to it that night, though, I wondered how in the world I'd been able to forget about it up to that point.
Alright, so what you should know is that there's a reason that door stays shut, he began. There's something behind it, and it has to do with how Irene died.
I felt a chill run down my spine. What is it? I muttered. Is it trying to get out or something? Andric stifled a chuckle.
No. It's probably nothing like you imagine. It's not a living, breathing thing. It's more of a scene.
I don't get it, I confessed.
I know, it's complicated.
Andric paused to rub his forehead and thought.
I might not be the right person to tell you this, but why not? Your family didn't just end up with 4 household spirits and a bar that attracts freaks. I mean, our dear regulars, simply by accident. There was planning involved. Lots of studying certain lost arts, and a lot of difficult decision-making, for better or worse. What I'm trying to say is that your ancestors were pretty deep into some dark stuff. The kind that messes with your head and drives you to do some very bad things.
Like what? He sighed and slowly reached out for the door handle.
Like murder.
He pulled and the door swung open, wide. It was accompanied by an eerily loud and drawn-out creaking noise reminiscent of some sort of crying animal. To my surprise, the dim light coming in from the larger room illuminated the small chamber rather well. The first thing I was greeted by, however, was a waft of stale air, mixed with various odd fragrances ranging from flowery to sickly sweet. Then I saw it. The image in front of me didn't even register with me at first. When it did, the room around me seemed to spin for a few seconds. I felt bile rising in my throat. My footing lost, I staggered and almost fell on my back, but Andric quickly grabbed me by the arms to steady me. I won't pretend I'm some kind of fearless badass, but I don't consider myself squeamish, especially after some of the things I've seen. Yet, whenever I think of that little chamber in the back room, my stomach turns almost exactly like it did when I first saw it. Inside the tiny room, propped up against the wall like some sort of bizarre life-size doll abandoned by a careless child, sat a body. It was almost completely naked except for a large, thin blanket that had been wrapped around it. Its arms and legs, if indeed it had any, were obscured by that same blanket it was cocooned in, so that only its shoulders, neck, and head stood out. Its skin was brown and looked like strained leather. Its face held no eyes. There were merely 2 empty sockets staring back at me, and its mouth was opened unnaturally wide, twisted into a silent scream. There were bits of hair clinging to its shriveled scalp, though I couldn't tell if they were fake or not. They resembled long white yarn rather than actual human hair. The rest of the small space was filled with jars and jugs, so many that they had to be stacked atop one another in places. Some were made of glass, allowing me to see their contents. Mostly dark powders of sorts, but also various liquids I didn't recognize, but assumed to be oils. I stared at the wrapped-up corpse in horror, too terrified to move or even speak up. I would have liked to ask Andric to shut the damn door again, but I simply couldn't move my lips. The longer I looked at it, the more details I noticed. such as the 4 burnt-down candle stumps in one of the glass jars, and the weird symbols that seemed to be both sewn and painted on the mummy's blanket. Eventually, Andric let go of my shoulders, weary of whether I was going to stumble again or not, and reached out to shut the door. Thankfully, my legs remained firm beneath me this time. I suddenly had to gasp for air, realizing I'd been holding my breath for a few seconds. The image of that twisted, disfigured body was still fresh in my mind, but I already felt a little better just because the thing itself wasn't right in front of me anymore.
"Are you okay?"
Andric asked. It took me a moment before I was able to reply to him. "What was that?" I breathed.
"Sadly, that was Irene. Or rather, what's left of her."
He gave me a regretful look.
"Let's get you back upstairs."
Back in the actual bar, I sat down on one of the bar stools and placed my reeling head on the countertop. After a while, I got up to drink some water, which finally made me feel a little more refreshed. One of the bar spirits had opened the windows so I'd have some fresh air, and I gratefully sucked it inside me. Once I had recovered, I told the 4 of them to go to sleep. I myself wasn't quite ready to go home, though. Instead, I took out the letter that read, "Don't read this until you've seen the real Irene," and carefully freed it from its envelope. I had expected a long story again, but the writing was rather brief. "Dear Julia, if you're reading this, that means you've seen the little chamber and what's inside. I told you not to read this until then, so you wouldn't go looking for it. I saw it way too early in my life, and it gave me nightmares. I didn't want the same thing to happen to you. But now I suppose the damage is already done. So I bet you're wondering why she's down there. The answer to that is about as unclear as it is dissatisfying. We're not sure. By that I mean neither I nor the bar spirits know the exact answer. What we do know is that Irene was once, a very long time ago, a member of our family. An early ancestor, so to speak. Sometime before the bar came to be, and even before we acquired the 4 hearth sprites, she was chosen to be killed as a human sacrifice. Her body was embalmed, but, as you might have guessed, other ways to preserve it were used. Unnatural ways. Saying it was magic that mummified her feels silly, but you get my point. When I first stumbled across her, I asked my dad about her. He couldn't tell me any more than what I just told you, though. He said he assumed her body had been stashed away inside the bar ever since the building had been erected. It's all very strange to me, and I guess to all of us. But at least now you know. As for why she was killed, I have a theory. As you know, the new saloon oftentimes attracts strange creatures, strange people, or people in strange situations. Maybe Irene is the reason why. Maybe the remains of a person killed and preserved by unearthly means, and for an unearthly purpose, act like a beacon, or an invitation to things unknown. It's just a thought of mine, but perhaps that's why they're all here. The letter wasn't signed. I remember thinking Uncle Mac must have been so lost in contemplation when he wrote this letter that he forgot. On my way home that night, I felt dreadful. Neither the contents of the letter nor the small chamber left my mind, nor would they anytime soon. One more thing changed that night, however. From then on, every time Andric poured a glass of wine, I could see who it was for. An older lady in a weirdly fashioned dress sitting on one of the bar stools. Her head hung and eyes downcast. Irene wasn't there every day, but she came by quite often. For the longest time, I avoided the gaze of those eyes. I didn't want to think about her. Neither her fate nor the remains down behind the back room. Then one day, she spoke to me. But I won't be writing about that just yet. My bar is no stranger to weird happenings. But the one I'm planning on telling you about today might have been the one to leave the strongest impression on me. Well, maybe not the strongest, but it's definitely in my top 3. As you can probably imagine, that's saying quite a lot. As for when this happened, I'm not quite sure. But I know that I was on a friendlier basis with the bar spirits back then already, so it couldn't have been too early. The day in question began very pleasantly. There was a good amount of people coming in to grab drinks, but not enough for it to be stressful. Everyone was in a reasonably good mood. Even May wasn't giving me any snark that day. Now, with everything being this nice and easy, it felt like the day simply had to be shaping up to something bad. You just can't have that much good luck all at once. Not with an establishment like this. So let's just say I was weary. Though I wasn't sure what to be wary of. After cleaning, we all sat down to watch some TV, which we do quite often after closing up, by the way. The bar spirits aren't always on board. Sometimes they only want to get up, work, and then go back downstairs right after. But occasionally they do like spending time simply hanging out. I'm pretty sure Mac used to encourage them to relax as well, and I really want them to have as much free time as they used to have when he was still around. Maybe even a little extra. I've always wanted them to loosen up. The four of them had pulled a bunch of our cushioned chairs into a spot where they could easily see the screen from, and I was lying sprawled out on the bench behind them. As uneventful as the day had been, it had left me feeling exhausted. I was only half awake as I decided to take a small nap, but from where I was lying, I could still see the counter and, of course, my employees. And through my tired, hooded eyes, I saw a bottle on one of the upper shelves move. I squinted, too lazy to raise my head and almost certain I'd imagined it. The shelf I was watching was holding some of our more expensive drinks. We'd normally lock them away at night, but we hadn't done so yet. There were just 5 of those bottles, and Andric had neatly placed them at the exact same distance from one another to really bring out how good they looked. So, the middle one, the one that had been shifted, now stood out. The longer I thought about it, the more I wondered whether I was actually just seeing things. It took all my strength to keep my eyes open just a little longer, but I managed to monitor the shelf long enough to see another bottle move. This time on the one on the far left. Puzzled, I pushed myself up. Hey, did you guys see any of that just now? Saw what? Danica asked, swiftly glancing back at me over her shoulder. I groaned and raked through my hair with my fingers. There's something wrong behind the counter, I think. Those bottles up there, they moved on their own. I quickly wiped a bit of drool from the corner of my mouth.
Is there any chance you were dreaming?
Andric asked, not looking away from the TV. No. And I'm sure you don't mind that our fancy bottles you love dusting off so much aren't standing exactly 6 inches apart from each other anymore.
It's 7 inches.
Andric slowly rose from his seat, a confused frown on his face.
You're right. That's not.
His voice trailed off. He made his way behind the counter and was just about to reach for the shelf when suddenly he stumbled. It was almost like he'd been pushed by some sort of unseen force. I swear I could see his belly bend a tiny bit, like someone had rammed their arm into him. Andric gasped, but quickly caught his footing. He stared at the spot he'd been standing in utter bewilderment, then looked over at us again.
Don't move,
he mouthed. I froze in place, my back pressed up against the wall. Eyes flitting over to the others, I found that Beau and the 2 girls were sitting just as still as me. I shot Andric a questioning look, but he appeared to be focused on something else. He seemed to be scanning the small space around him, before slowly backing off towards the door to the back room. He pressed himself up against it, still looking alert. He gave us a quick nod and a wave of his hand, like he was motioning for us to come over to him. One by one, we hesitantly got up and made our way behind the counter. Not losing a single word, Andric opened the door for us and we hurriedly slipped inside. He followed right behind us and pulled the door shut. Until he finally found the light switch, we all stood huddled up on top of the staircase in the pitch black. When the light came flickering on, I let out a sigh of relief. Beau spoke up first, his voice barely more than a low whisper.
What's going on? Julia, you were right. There's something there. Or someone. I'm not sure. I can't believe it got past me. I swear I would have noticed it normally.
He sighed.
Oh God, I'll never watch TV again.
What's out there? I asked him.
That's the thing. I don't know. I can't see it for some reason, but I sensed it when it was moving around there next to me. And when it punched me, of course.
I turned to Bo. Can't you go out there and take care of it? He usually handles all matters of security. Andrick answered in his place.
It's not good going up against something you can't see. It's either using some kind of cloak or spell, or, what would be even worse, it's strong enough to disappear without any help. Both ways, it'd be best to wait for a good opportunity instead of simply running out there.
Then what do we do? We can't just stay in here. I don't want it messing up the place, I hissed. I think he was trying to get our attention, that's it, Danica told us in a low voice. We can't seriously let it think it spooked us. She was right. I was literally hiding with a bunch of ghosts from what was probably another ghost. Maybe it was time we established some dominance. We're going back out, I ordered, squeezing over to the door, but Andrick turned to stand in front of it, blocking me from reaching the handle.
You're forgetting that it punched me. It could be violent. You don't want it smashing one of those bottles over your head, do ya? I'm just glad I already put the knives away.
I'm not going to spend the night in here with you guys either, I replied in that same hushed tone as I gently nudged his arm aside and closed my fingers around the door handle. I cautiously pressed it down and opened the door just a crack, leaning forward to peek outside. I could only see a small portion of the space behind it, but everything seemed to be quiet. I couldn't see anything moving either, so I took a nervous step forward, the door swinging open. I gestured for the spirits to follow. Standing back in the open room, we all glanced around in uncertainty. Everything looked perfectly normal. I let out a soft sigh and wiped my sweat-laced palms on my pants. I was obviously still unnerved, but at least it appeared whatever had happened could possibly be over. At least nothing was attacking us out of the blue. You think it's still here?
It feels like it's gone.
Andrick looked over at the other bar spirits. They all either shrugged or nodded their approval. I swallowed. Okay, well, maybe that was it. Maybe this is like with that little girl and the necklace. Something came by, gave us a scare, and left. And you guys were distracted. Things slip past you. That's alright. Shit happens.
So what do you want us to do now?
Bo asked. I thought for a few seconds before telling them to lock up anything that could be thrown over or broken, just in case. I'd also prefer if one of you could stay up and keep watch around here tonight, I added. Andrick volunteered, and I promised I'd let him go to sleep as soon as he wanted the day after. But he didn't even care. I think the fact that something unwelcome had gotten into the bar without him noticing really hurt his pride. When I was sure everything was taken care of, I got on my way to my car, which I had parked in a nearby spot, a short walk away from the bar. That night, those few steps felt like an eternity, though. Everything was so quiet. I could hear some noises in the distance, but they were too far away to give me that feeling of reassurance I desperately needed. My chest was light with relief when I finally reached my beat-up sedan and climbed inside. On my way home, I listened to the radio, in an attempt to ease my mind. I couldn't tell why I was still anxious. Everything was all right. The bar was safe under Andrick's watch, and if something were to happen again, he'd be able to call upon the other three. I was sure they'd be doing just fine. And yet, something felt off. At the time, I wasn't living at my parents' place anymore. Not long after inheriting the bar, I had moved to a cheap yet relatively spacious apartment, which I had grown rather fond of. The only downside was that it wasn't as close to the bar as I'd hoped it would be. But everything close to the town center was just ridiculously overpriced. Once I'd arrived back home, I hurriedly peeled off my clothes and hopped into bed. I figured all I had to do was sleep off the night's excitement, and everything would be better in the morning. I was certainly motivated to do so. I dozed off the second my head hit the pillow. I woke up to a loud, shrill noise, like glass or porcelain shattering. I sat up instantly, dazed and confused but alert. Everything was silent. Then there was a low, crunching noise. It was coming from somewhere in the living room. My heart sank. There was someone there with me. Trying to combat my groggy state, I rubbed my eyes and pinched my arm, hoping the tiny, painful sting would clear my mind. A look at my alarm clock told me it was 4 in the morning. If there really was an intruder, I had to call the police. Where had I left my phone again? I cursed inwardly as I remembered setting it up to charge on the kitchen counter. To get there, I'd have to go through the living room, which was obviously out of the question. I decided I had to get outside right away. I slowly and quietly slid out of bed, placing both feet on the cold, smooth floor. With bated breath, I padded over to the bedroom door, nudging it open and slipping out into the hallway. All the lights were off. For some reason, the darkness gave my surroundings an eerie sense of unfamiliarity. Boxes, lamps, and cabinets were nothing but shadowy silhouettes standing in my way. This might sound silly, but I felt like a stranger in my own home. I sneaked past the doorway leading off to the side into the living room, and headed straight for the front door. I don't know how I'd expect it to be open, but it was not. And when I reached for the handle, I found it to be locked. I frantically began searching around for the keys in the darkness, still desperately trying to stay quiet. They were gone. Nowhere to be found. Whoever had gotten in had taken them. My mind raced. What else was there to do? I could hardly climb out through the windows. I was way too high up. If I was to hide away in one of the other rooms, the intruder would find me sooner or later. There were keys to lock all these doors inside the apartment with, but, and I'm ashamed to admit this, I had no idea where they were. I finally decided to barricade myself in the bedroom. My heart pounding in my chest, I made my way back down the hallway. I could hear rattling coming from the living room again. Curiosity overtook me, and I stopped outside the doorway, slowly leaning over to peer inside. My stomach dropped. There was no one there. The room was void of any people whatsoever, and yet all of my drawers and shelves had been rifled through. The papers, magazines, and books they'd been holding lying scattered on the floor. The cupboard where I'd stored all my dishes stood wide open, and I watched in a mix of horror and disbelief as one by one bowls, plates, and glasses alike were swiped from their spots and thrown down onto the floor with such force that they shattered into dozens of pieces. It hit me like a ton of bricks. Whatever had been inside the bar earlier had followed me home. It was then that the noise stopped. Everything fell still. I backed off, shrinking behind the doorframe again. I didn't dare take a single breath. All of a sudden, I was knocked from my feet, a body I couldn't see bashing into me and throwing me to the ground. My head bounced off the carpeted floor. It didn't hurt as much as I'd thought it would, but before I could so much as finish that thought, I felt something pressed down on my throat. It was almost like someone had placed their lower arm over it and was now slowly shifting their weight onto it, choking me. I struggled beneath them, trying to shake them off, but the person, or whatever it was, remained firmly in place. I felt my head begin to spin, panicking as the need to breathe grew stronger. My whole chest felt like it was burning up, the pain accompanied by a sharp, agonizing pull somewhere inside my throat. My vision began to falter, sudden sparks of light bursting in front of my inner eye as I stared up at the ceiling lamp, unable to turn my head. I was gurgling and whimpering, trying to beg this invisible thing for mercy, pleading for it to let go. I was already too exhausted to keep struggling, and now attempting to focus what was left of my energy on sucking in what little air I could still draw into my body. Then, suddenly, the weight was lifted from my throat. I gasped for air, taking in deep, heavy breaths, relieved even though I could still feel that large, unseen body on top of me. When my chest was finally rising and falling steadily again, I craned my neck, trying to at least face this creature. "Please," I pressed out. "What do you want?" I felt something touch the side of my face. Its sensation almost akin to that of skin, but way colder and more rough. A raspy, guttural voice responded. It sounded like nothing I'd ever heard before. It was deep, warped, and interrupted by the wheezing breaths of its owner, which weren't unlike those of my own from just a minute prior.
I apologize for the delay. Norman sends his regards.
With that, the body lying on top of me disappeared. The person didn't stand up or anything. They were simply there 1 second and gone the next. I was left alone, lying on the carpet in my hallway, still staring up at the dark ceiling. To say I was too shaken to move would be an understatement. It was rather as though the shock of what had just happened had drained me of all my strength. I suppose I felt overwhelmed. When I gathered the energy to stand up and walk again, I went to check the mess in the living room. I found my apartment keys right there in the cabinet, in the same place that had formerly been occupied by a stack of plates. Nothing was missing. My phone, my wallet, my credit card, it was all there. I didn't doubt the invisible entity had been looking for something before they descended into pointless rage, but they apparently hadn't found it. I didn't call the police. I knew immediately that this was something personal, and it would turn out I'd have to deal with it for a long time to come. What I'm about to tell you happened right after I was attacked in my own home. I'll apologize in advance for any sloppy mistakes I might make while recounting this. For one, it happened a long time ago, and really got my head reeling even back then. But I'm also just not in a good state at the moment. I'm at the hospital. I have been for a while now. I don't know if I mentioned that before. I try to keep my mind intact and clear and everything, but it isn't easy. My household spirits and I have been through a lot. We're actually kind of close nowadays, but that obviously wasn't always the case. I believe I mentioned early on that we were off to a very rocky start. It's weird to think that when I came in beaten, bruised, and visibly sleep-deprived the morning after the attack of the Invisible Man, their general reaction was worry. Andrick was the only one up. I had tasked him with overseeing the bar for the night, and he, always the conscientious one, was sitting at a table when I came in, his back straight and eyes alert. When he saw me, he stood up so fast he almost fell over.
Are you okay?
He asked, looking me up and down in disbelief. I shook my head and went to wake up the other three. Their reaction was similarly surprised. What happened? May called out. I admit I was pleasantly surprised that the same woman who once ate a live raccoon in front of me, just to scare me, showed interest in my well-being. The thing about the raccoon is true, by the way. I prefer not to think about it for too long. I was in no mood to talk much that day. Instead, I posed one simple question. Who the hell is Norman? Andrick's head jerked up.
Norman? Did you meet him? Wait, did he?
The thing that was in here yesterday night, the invisible thing, it followed me home. It broke a bunch of stuff, beat me up, and choked me, and then it said something about a Norman sending his regards. It went through my cabinets too and everything, so it might have been looking for something. I paused. So, you know who Norman is? The four of them let out a collective sigh, which sounded like it held a mix of annoyance and regretfulness. Andrick held up his finger like he was gesturing for me to wait a second. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper. He handed it to me.
Mac asked me to give this to you ages ago, but only once you'd heard from Norman for the very first time. He said that maybe he wasn't going to try anything, and then there'd be no reason to get you all concerned. I've been carrying it around ever since.
I walked over to the bench Andrick had been keeping warm and sat down to read the note, glancing over at the hearth spirits once more in uncertainty. They stood still as statues, exchanging frowns of concern. Hi, Julia. I'd hoped that asshole would leave you alone, but since you're reading this, I'm guessing he tried something. Now, I hope nothing bad happened, but in the 3 decades I've been running the show here, Norman has only made 9 attempts to intimidate me in total, all of which ended in my favor, so I'm at least a little hopeful. He thinks himself more of a menace than he actually is, but that doesn't mean he's a harmless idiot. In fact, I suppose he really is pretty bad. To explain Norman's obsession with us, we have to go a couple years back. So this is what allegedly happened. When our great-great-grandparents, or whoever was around at the time, summoned the spirits of the hearth in an attempt to hire them, there was someone else there too. Another family who wanted them. And by them, I mean Andric. I'm sure you've noticed a long time ago, but he's the leader of the four. The others do as he says when we don't order them around. So there they were. 2 households inviting these creatures in, luring them with promises and gifts. But when the summoning was complete, Andric chose us, and the pack followed. I don't know for sure why he decided to be with our family, but he did, and that's what counts. Norman appeared a couple years after I'd taken over the bar. He's the one who told me the story. He claimed he was the great-great-grandson, or whatever, of someone in that other family, the one Andric had rejected. Norman said he was the first one out of his bloodline to dabble in the occult and magic again. He sure was mighty proud of himself, and he had the audacity to demand having a talk with Andric. You should know that Andric and I always got along very well, so when Norman went up to him and went, "You should come with me," his first reaction was to laugh at him. "Are you serious?" Andric asked him, and Norman said yes. So in that very slow, polite tone of his, he explained to him that A, he'd never seen him before in his life, and B, he was very happy with his current position as my worker. Norman was fuming, but he left us alone for the time being. But from then on, he would make these little attempts to woo away the bar spirits. As I already stated, they weren't interested, and with every failed attempt, Norman grew more aggressive. Eventually, his rage turned against me personally. I think he acquired some sort of entity to do his bidding, because I've gotten attacked by some crapbag thrice now. It seems like it can't do too much damage, though. Sure, it messed me up, but I believe it might be unable to kill me. Still, I sincerely hope this guy is going to spare you, or at least go easy on you. Forgive me for not preparing you for this. I just figured it's bad luck even talking about Norman. You know, like it could attract him or something. Then again, there's the possibility you're actually never going to read this. And I really do hope that's the case. Mac. I looked up from the letter in disbelief. I really didn't like the sound of it. Going off of Mac's descriptions, I figured the crapbag who had attacked him was the same one who had been ransacking my apartment the night prior. I told the others about it and they seemed to agree, though they were visibly unsettled. Norman's henchman? What was his name again? Danica asked. I think it was something silly sounding. Something Latin, maybe. And that thing is not a he, it's an it, May replied.
Last time I saw it, it wasn't invisible,
Bo added, frowning in thought. Yeah, but there's stuff in the market for that. Maybe Norman got him an upgrade, Danica answered, and the three of them shared an amused chuckle. Not Andric, though. He was staring down at the floor to his feet with an unreadable expression. I said his name, and he looked up again like I'd torn him from his thoughts. He then cleared his throat and shook his head at the three others.
Norman's henchman's name is Ludum. That's what he calls him, at least. No way it's his actual name. Beings like him guard their nature very carefully.
Beings like him? I repeated questioningly.
Yes. I'd rather not say what he is exactly. It'll get you more spooked than you need to be, and with Norman, it would really be best if you didn't show any fear whatsoever.
I don't get it, I muttered. What does he want from me? I'm not Mac.
I don't know,
Andric confessed.
But I'd prefer if you kept a low profile for a couple days. Who knows if he's planning on pulling something off like this again in the near future.
I agreed. I folded up the note and put it away with the rest of Mac's letters. A strange sense of dread overcame me as I rifled through the box filled with all of my uncle's writings. Perhaps this had been what this Norman guy had wanted his thug to look for back at my place. I was just glad I'd hidden it in one of the darkest little corners behind the counter, and not at home. When I looked up, I found Andric staring back at me.
Are you afraid?
He asked. I gave him a bitter smile. Of course. Hell, I thought I was going to die last night.
This might sound odd, but How about you sleep downstairs with us tonight? I'm guessing it's not what you're used to, but in case something happens, we'll be right there.
It was a good idea, albeit for a temporary solution. That evening, we closed the bar down a little earlier so I could set up camp in the back room. I drove home only to take a shower and grab my old futon, spare pillows and blankets, and some remaining necessities. It felt weird carrying all of it down into the bar's basement with the hearth spirits watching. I admit the thought of them being right beside me while I slept made me a bit uncomfortable, but at least I knew I'd be safe. I fell asleep with surprisingly little difficulty. Sure, there were ghosts in the walls around me and a mummy in the room behind me, but I was tired, and felt oddly sheltered by it all. I was all the more confused when I suddenly woke up, seemingly for no reason. I lifted my head up and reluctantly reached for my cell phone, which was lying next to me on the floor. A quick glance at the screen told me it was 3 a.m. I figured I had simply woken up because of how uneasy I still was due to the events of the night prior. Groaning softly, I pulled my blanket tighter around my body and rolled over, only to freeze in place. There was someone cowering beside my mattress. I wouldn't have recognized the person in the darkness, if it weren't for the faint, almost unnoticeable glow of their body. For a second, I was too startled to do so much as breathe. All I could do was stare at the hollow-cheeked, expressionless face that was Irene's. She looked back at me through empty eyes. Then she slowly leaned down, only stopping when her mouth was hovering right above my ear. I could feel no heat emanating from her, no breath to meet my skin. Instead, something akin to an icy draft of air grazed my neck and cheek. And then she spoke. There was no way I could properly describe her voice. It was thin and low, but high-pitched at the same time. It was unnatural, and yet it was what she said that made my blood run cold.
"He's on top of the stairs," she uttered. "He cannot see or hear me. He's trying to come closer, but he can't. I'm keeping him away from you."
I was about to ask what she meant, but before I knew it, her cold hand had moved up to my mouth, and she placed a finger over my lips. She didn't actually touch me, and in hindsight, I don't think she could have done so at all.
"Don't let him find me. Do you understand? Do not let him destroy my grave. He doesn't know of it. He must not find out."
I nodded wordlessly, and she continued.
"Little Miss Weak and ill. He can only move among humans when granted a body, but his master has nothing but corpses to offer him. They are worn, and he uses them up too quickly. He hides underneath that cloak to stay unseen. He's desperate to protect his frail old self. He can hurt you. He will hurt you. But if you were to overpower him, he'd crumble."
And just as suddenly as she had appeared, Irene was gone again. I was lying wide awake, my heart pounding in my chest like a drum, and trying to think of what to do. I even dared to turn over again, risking an inconspicuous glance up the staircase. There was not a soul to be seen. The door, however, the one which led down into the back room, was open, giving way to a weak, thin ray of soft moonlight, falling in to illuminate the top of the stairs. Still pretending to be fast asleep, I rolled over again, purposefully landing on the floor with a soft groan. I could hear a loud creaking noise coming from the stairs, like somebody who had been standing there had shifted the weight on their feet. This, to me, was enough to confirm Irene's warning. My mind was racing as I contemplated how to get him away from there. I knew he had to be here for me again, but if it really was the mummy keeping him from coming closer, my first priority had to be to scare him off. However, if there was a chance I could take him by surprise and overpower him, it would probably send a message to Norman himself. Granted, that thing was going to be able to report back to him. I tried not to think of the 10,000 ways a plan like that could backfire. An idea slowly began to take shape in my mind. I was already lying pretty close to one of the walls. Holding onto my blanket, I started to wriggle ever closer to it. Just a few more inches until it was within arm's reach. I could only hope the thing on the staircase hadn't noticed me moving. Carefully listening to the quiet around me, I moved my hand over to the wall under the cover of my blanket, ignoring the uncomfortable sensation of my nails meeting with the rough, hard surface. I started scratching it. The sound caused by this was hardly audible at all, but I prayed the people inside the wall would hear it. Before long, my fingertips began to ache, and I thought I could feel blood seeping out from under one of my nails. The minute I spent lying there like this felt like an eternity. I was just about to give up when suddenly I felt a slight thump coming from inside. Merely a tiny little vibration, but just enough for me to stop. They'd noticed. This was my shot. The feeling of dread within me was enough to make me nauseous, but I forced it down and jumped to my feet. I raced up the stairs, and when I felt myself collide with another body blocking my path, a body I couldn't see, I blindly threw myself against it with all my might. I felt myself falling, but it wasn't me who hit the ground first. I heard a moan of pain coming from below me. Pinning the invisible person to the floor, I screamed Andric's name. Loud cracking noises that were all too familiar to me rang out from the basement, and mere moments later, footsteps came thundering up the stairs. I slammed my right knee, one leg being the only part of me I dared to move in fear of Ludum shaking me off, into what I assumed was his stomach, receiving a loud, wheezing gasp in response. Then I hastily crawled away from him, out into the small space behind the counter to make way for my staff. They were on him the second I let go. It was a strange sight. 4 figures cowering above an invisible man on the ground, seemingly punching and tearing on nothing. That was when Andric got a hold of something stuck to the creature's body and pulled it off. As crazy as this may sound, it was like a veil being removed. Suddenly, both the man on the ground and the piece of cloth that had obscured him became visible. I still couldn't see much of either in the darkness, but Danica had quick-wittedly got up and was already on her way to turn on the lights. The body I saw lying on the ground looked like it had been dead for a long time. It was bloated in some places and appeared to be dried out in others. There was an irregularity in its form that's hard to describe. It didn't even look like a person anymore, that's how bizarre it was. Its skin had taken on an odd, unnatural color and was covered in dark spots. Its eyes had rolled back into its head, which had only a few scattered patches of stringy hair left on top of it. I had to look away. Andric had stood up again, in his hands an old grayish-white bedsheet which he was holding and regarding with such reverence that it was almost amusing.
"Now these are hard to come by,"
he muttered, letting his palm travel over the cloth. He glanced down at the corpse and shook his head.
"Looks like Ludum's gone. We should break its neck, though, just to be sure."
Bo nodded. I made the mistake of watching as he grabbed the corpse's head and twisted it around. A sickening noise accompanying the breaking of bones, flesh, and skin. I gagged and covered my mouth as not to throw up. Andric bent down to help me to my feet. I had to sit down in one of our chairs right away again, but at least I wasn't crawling around on the ground anymore. I was shaking uncontrollably, dazed and kind of beside myself. Andric ordered Bo to get the dead body, as well as the weird bedsheet, somewhere outside and burn it. The girls already started to clean up the mess that had been left on the floor behind the counter. Large pools of various fluids the corpse had left behind. We decided the bar would have to stay closed that day. It would take us a while to get rid of the dirt and the smell. Meanwhile, I was still trying to comprehend what had just happened. I told Andric about having spoken to Irene, and he explained what he knew about Ludum.
"He's not easy to describe, to be honest. I suppose some would call him a demon. He must have been powerful once, but since he has to do what Norman says, he's rather limited nowadays. Of course, we've had a few run-ins before, him and I. What he does is takes over the bodies of the deceased and uses them to, well, do stuff. I think he used to be able to possess living people, but not anymore. He takes fresh corpses and he uses them up quickly. His influence deforms them. He can appear and disappear where and whenever he pleases, but that kind of thing takes a toll on his vessel. When one becomes too beat up to use anymore, which normally happens in a span of just a few days. He leaves it behind. And that's what happened just now. He fled.
Why does he work for this Norman guy at all? Andrick turned his head, avoiding my gaze.
We all have to make compromises nowadays, he said slowly. Of course, I knew what I signed up for, and I'm good here. This is where I belong and where I can do my job, but, well, Ludham has it bad. I almost feel kind of sorry for the guy.
What do you mean? I asked, giving him a confused look.
Unimportant. What surprised me is that concealment cloak. They really are rare to come by, though that magic is as old as time. Look it up. It's in fairy tales, mythology. There's this one legend, a German folk tale or something, I think, where the hero gets a cloak that makes him invisible from a dwarf. These things have been around for a long time, and I just can't wrap my head around how Norman, of all people, got one.
Is that why we're burning it?
Exactly. It'd be nice to have some fun with it, but I don't want to risk that idiot getting it back.
Destroying one of Ludham's bodies really had sent Norman a message, apparently. He would go on to leave me alone for a long time after that. Sure, I wondered why he targeted me in the first place, but I was fine with a couple questions going unanswered, as long as I had my peace. We have a lot of wildlife here at the bar. There's tons of bugs in the summer, and on some days a bunch of crows come to sit on our roof and outer window ledges. We keep chasing them off, but they're pretty damn persistent. Also, there's even more feral behavior, if you count that of May and Bo. The bar spirits only eat and drink on very rare occasions, and rather for enjoyment than out of necessity. But I've seen Bo drink water from a bowl like a dog, and May sometimes chases the various rodents she finds, running around outside. We thankfully never had rats or mice, or at least not for long. What I'm about to tell you happened in the early days. What blissful ignorance it was to not know of Norman's existence. Nowadays, the only thing I have left of those times are happy memories. I was still incredibly green back then, so I'll take full responsibility for screwing up. Andrick talked to me about the animals a lot back in the day. He explained how dangerous they could get. Let a single bug stay inside, and before you know it, the whole place is full of them. He said the same thing about spiders. The thing is, back then he also said something else. Something he claimed was very important. But it slipped my mind not long after. You have to understand that I was still very inexperienced and sort of overwhelmed with everything at the time. So it's probably no surprise that things that weren't written down especially for me to remember tended to escape me. That's no excuse, of course, and you all know that I'm not like that anymore. So it was after closing time, and I was just in the process of locking up the doors. It was dark outside. The sun had already set a long time ago, and the only light that wasn't that of the moon came from a street lamp not too far away. I was just placing my keys back in my purse when I felt something soft and warm graze my ankles. I glanced down to see a Persian cat with calico fur standing right there beside me, rubbing its head against my leg. I melted. "Hey, you," I whispered, slowly bending down and reaching out to offer it my hand for a sniff. The cat continued to circle me, and I eventually sat down on the ground to pet it for a little while. Its fur was shiny and clean, with not a single matted or knotted patch. Its large eyes seemed to sparkle in the dim streetlight. That cat looked nothing like a stray at all, but it was basically begging me for affection. Whenever I'd stop petting it, it nudged me or tried to reach for my hand with one of its soft little paws. I sat there for way longer than I'd intended. When I finally found the strength to force myself up, the cat followed me. It accompanied me halfway over to the parking lot before turning around and running off. The encounter left me with a smile so wide it lasted the entire drive home. I didn't think I'd ever see the cat again, but to my shock and, admittedly, delight, I found it sitting on the new saloon's doorstep when I came in to work the next day. It was almost like it had been waiting for me. I bent down to pet it again before going inside to wake up the bar spirits.
"You don't usually look that happy to see us,"
Andrick commented. I grinned and shook my head. "There's this cat outside that I apparently made friends with yesterday. Guess I found a new buddy.
That's nice.
Andric's smile had grown a little stiff.
You don't remember me saying anything to you about befriending animals by any chance, do you?
I thought for a while before awkwardly responding. Not really. Why? Is there something I should know?
No. Absolutely nothing.
Andric's expression was lighter again, although I could tell he was a bit sour.
Let's get this started.
The day went on without anybody mentioning the cat again. Danica and May were whispering amongst themselves as per usual, and I thought I heard them mention my name, but that really wasn't too uncommon back in the early days. The girls and I kind of started off on the wrong foot, though a lot of our problems have since been resolved, as you all know. That's why I didn't really think anything of it. I was sure Andric had at some point given me some unrelated advice, and was just a bit angry I'd forgotten, so I tried apologizing. His answer was not very satisfying. He merely shook his head and smiled.
I'm really sorry if I made you worry. I'm not mad. Everything's okay.
I wanted to believe him, but he still sounded like he was suppressing his discontent. That evening, I quickly took a peek out of the door before beginning the cleaning, only to find that the cat was indeed right outside. Either it had returned for me, or it had been waiting there all along. I was happy to see it either way, so, thinking the others might want to see it, I let it slip inside to us. I don't know why I wanted to show it to them, but I suppose I thought it would brighten their mood. I picked it up, which it allowed without even a hint of uncomfort, and carried it over to Andric.
Is that the cat you were talking about?
He asked slowly. I nodded eagerly. Look at how sweet it is. You guys want to pet it? It looks like a house cat after all. No clue what it's doing out here. The three others had gathered around us to get a look at the small animal in my arms. Andric was regarding it with an odd frown on his face. I thought he was going to lecture me about bringing an animal inside, but instead his mouth stretched into a bemused smile as he reached out to scratch the cat between its ears.
Hey now, small guy,
he muttered softly as he bent down to get on eye level with the creature as I was still holding it.
I see what you last ate.
I remember thinking it was kind of a weird thing to say to a cat, but I shrugged it off. The other three paid the cat's presence hardly any mind at all, so I put it back outside after another 2 minutes or so. Afterwards, the bar spirits and I cleaned up together, and when they went back inside the walls, I headed home. It went on like that for a while. The cat would wait outside for me on some days. It'd let me play with it, and then it would walk off. Andric insisted it stayed outside, since it would be unhygienic.
The bar's dirty enough as it is, he told me. Can't risk it getting worse.
Of course, he was right, and I agreed. He also told me not to feed the cat, for fear it would grow attached and keep pestering us. I thought about calling animal control or a shelter or something, but to be honest, it seemed like there was no reason to. The cat looked to be in perfect health. Its fur was always shiny and soft, and it never begged me to be fed either. In fact, it was quite round and plump already. There appeared to be no need for concern whatsoever. I figured it simply belonged to someone living nearby, and had gotten bored enough to look for a little attention outside of its own home. Whenever I'd sit outside to play with the cat, Andric would be leaning out the window beside the door, watching us, a weirdly excited grin on his face. When I questioned him about this odd behavior, he said something about how he found it relaxing to see me with it. Everything was all right, until the night I had a couple drinks with a few particularly social patrons. Now, I wasn't drunk, mind you. In fact, I was hardly feeling any buzz at all. But I've always been extremely cautious not to drive when under the influence of alcohol, no matter how faint. That's why I decided to sleep at the bar that night. Our benches are wide and cushioned, so I simply laid down on one of those and used my coat as a blanket. I would drive back home in the morning to freshen up before returning to work. But for the time being, I preferred this as the safer option. It wasn't easy falling asleep, though. I kept hearing these odd noises outside. I couldn't really place them at first. They sounded like high-pitched, raspy coughs. Those were strange enough already, but then they rose in volume and length, shaping up into something more eerie. Howls. If you've ever heard a fox in heat scream before, you know how creepy those noises are. They resemble the cries of a person, enough to send a chill down your spine. The howls I heard that night were not unlike said screams, only a lot quieter, and to my unease, much closer. Whatever was causing them, it sounded like it was standing right outside. I eventually gave up on sleep and nervously got to my feet to turn on the lights. I walked over to the window beside the front doors, the one from which one could look out onto the street, and hesitantly reached out to open it. The second I did this, however, something jumped up from outside, pulled itself onto the windowsill, and then leapt inside the large, well-lit room to me. It happened so fast that all I could really do was release a startled scream. I spun around to find a familiar sight before me. The calico cat was standing on the floor right in front of me, its back arched slightly. I let go a sigh of relief. "Hey, you're not supposed to be in here," I scolded it. "You're going to contaminate the whole place, and we just cleaned up like an hour ago." Yes, I'm one of those annoying people who talk to animals as if they were people. I'm not proud of it, but I can't help it. It's like an instinct. I bent down to pick up the cat, but it swiftly jumped aside, escaping my grasp. This surprised me. It had never complained against being carried before. "Come on," I coaxed it with open arms. "We really have to get you out of here. You can't stay." This time, I got a hold of it. I carefully lifted it up in my arms, petting it in an attempt to calm it down, and softly muttering to it as I went over to the doors, ready to unlock them and release the calico outside. Then, all of a sudden, it began to struggle once more, and leapt from my grasp, landing on the floor once again and running off to hide underneath one of the tables. I was too startled to register it at first, but when I glanced down at my now empty hands, I realized it had left something behind. My stomach turned when I laid eyes on the large tuft of blood-streaked fur stuck to my sleeve. My first thought was that the cat was hurt. I hadn't seen it before, but now it made sense. The wailing outside, the aggressive behavior. I dropped to my knees and crawled over to the cat to get a better look at it. I kept my distance, though, not wanting to scare it again. It was cowering on the ground, its eyes fixated on me. What happened next is something I can hardly put into words. Its body began to twist. It started with its head. It grew longer, more elongated. Its cute little mouth opened to reveal what used to be tiny, sharp teeth, allowing me to watch them change. They became wider and flatter until they looked distinctly human. They had even taken on a brownish hue, as though the person they belonged to was a heavy smoker. Its teeth, now way too large for it to shut its mouth around them, the cat almost seemed to grin at me. I was too shocked to move. It was like my heart had stopped for a moment. I couldn't take my eyes off this grotesquely disgusting thing in front of me. I remained frozen in place, forced to watch as the cat's front paws contorted, each toe stretching into a long finger. Its fur and skin gradually slid off its body like wet rags, each patch landing on the floor with a sickening, damp noise. I gagged and retched, finally regaining control over my body. Still on all fours, I backed off, scrambling away from this monstrous thing as far as I could get, before my back met with a chair behind me. I pulled myself up onto it, my eyes glued to the cat's hiding spot. The table was now beginning to rise a few inches above the floor, pushed up by the creature cowering underneath it as it grew larger and larger. That's when a red box caught my attention from the corner of my eye. It was the toolkit we always kept at hand in case something in the bar needed fixing. We had apparently forgotten to put it back in the supply closet after our daily cleaning, as it was standing right there on the counter. I hastily staggered towards it, tore off the lid, and grabbed the large hammer from inside. I then raced over to the backroom door and rushed to open it. I screamed down at the sleeping hearthkeepers for help, praying they would make it upstairs in time. Behind me, I heard a loud wooden clattering, the noise of a table being thrown over. I turned around to find an older man standing in the middle of the room. His skin was wrinkly and looked almost a bit like leather. His steps were uneasy but fast, and he proceeded towards me. His stride and gaze resembled that of a wild animal. On top of that, he was very naked. When he looked up at me, he bared stained, crooked teeth. My grip on the hammer tightened. Hiding behind the counter would only restrain me. Once he'd come around, I'd be trapped. If I wanted to get out of this, I had to attack. I ran back around the counter, but the second I was in full view, he lunged at me, throwing me to the ground. His mouth opened wide, and he brought his face down to my neck, but before he could bite down on it, I managed to swing the hammer at him. The blow was not as strong as I'd hoped, but it was enough to send him howling with pain. I took this chance to try and worm my way out from underneath him, but before I could, he swatted the hammer from my hand and grabbed me by both arms, pinning them to the floor. Once again, he opened his mouth, and then, suddenly, something collided with the side of his head. He tumbled down, and I in turn felt someone grab me by the arm and pull me to my feet. It was Andric. There he stood, unfazed as ever, my wrist in one and the bloody hammer in his other hand. I stared at him in disbelief, then back down at the dead man. My head was spinning, and I could barely stay on my feet. The first thing I managed to press out when I found my voice again was, "I think I threw up in my mouth a little." Andric let go of my hand, then ceremoniously dropped the makeshift weapon to his feet before turning back to me.
"Now, do you remember what I told you not to do?"
I didn't understand, but in my defense, I still wasn't thinking straight. One by one, the other hearth fairies came out from the back room. Beau sighed upon spotting the body on the floor, but readily bent down and swung it over his shoulder.
"One for the fire,"
he grunted as he searched for my keys to then unlock the doors and make his way out into the night. Andric sighed.
"In case you were wondering, that was a hammer.
A what now?"
"A shape-shifting creature that always takes on the form of the last thing it ate. I've seen a bunch of them over the years, and while it's a matter of the individual's taste, quite a few like to eat people. The whole cutesy cat thing, that's how they get you. It wins your trust, and then all it has to do is wait for its chance."
Wait, does that mean when you first saw me with the cat?
"Oh, I knew. I knew all along. I could have told you, and I wanted to, but since you didn't even remember what I told you before, I figured you'd need a small learning experience to appreciate my advice,"
he explained in an almost casual tone. "That's why you kept watching me," I thought aloud.
"Look at you go," he replied, grinning widely. "Didn't know what kind of approach this one would take, how long it'd wait and everything. I don't know where it found its last meal. Probably passed out somewhere. I mean, it probably takes a while for a cat to eat a grown man, so he probably wasn't in any state to defend himself."
"So that's not its real form either?"
"Of course not. Actually, I don't even know if these things have a real form at all. Weird to think about how if we hadn't been there just now, it'd probably be strutting around looking like you now."
He chuckled to himself. I was beyond livid. It was my fault, though. I knew that much, and I was too exhausted to scream at Andric, so all I did was ask him one more thing. What was it you wanted me to remember?
"Never start befriending animals that hang around here. Especially not the cute ones. The cute ones are the worst."
The day has come that I have to talk about my first encounter with Norman. His name makes him out as less of a menace than he actually is. Our first encounter didn't take place at the bar. In fact, it wasn't even at my home. I was house-sitting for a friend of mine. She and her husband are loaded. He was rich to begin with, and she's just extremely good with money, so it came as no surprise to anyone from our social circle when they bought this incredibly beautiful, luxurious house. It came complete with a large garden and outdoor dunk pool. Now, I'm able to afford a comfortable life. Turns out you can make a fair amount of money if you don't have to pay your employees. But I won't lie. My friends approaching me and asking me to stay at their place while they were on vacation did please me. They told me to make myself at home. They even assured me they were going to pay me for watching out for the place. Like I wouldn't have done it for free. It was summer, and around that time of year, it usually gets unbearably hot where we live. The prospect of taking a swim every single night for a whole week was great. I came to an agreement with the bar spirits for the week. We'd have the bar open for only half the usual time, and the hearth fairies would be free to decide for themselves what to do after I'd left. That way, I could take care of my friend's house and at the same time allow the staff to get some rest. Fast forward a couple of days, and I was sitting outside in my friend's garden, reclining in one of their pool chairs in shorts and a t-shirt, allowing the faint breeze to cool me off. It had been months since my first encounter with Ludum, so the elusive figure that was Norman was just about the farthest thing from my mind. I was utterly relaxed, a state I find is rare to come by, and I was enjoying every second of it. My friend's little black house cat, which I had been feeding for the last couple days, had also opened up to me and was resting on the floor next to my chair. I reached down from time to time to scratch its head. That's how I noticed when the cat got nervous. At first, it stood up and arched its back. I looked down at it, confused at its sudden change in mood. My mind wandered back to a particularly disquieting run-in I'd had with a creature masking as a kitten a long time ago, and out of instinct I sat up straight to look down at the ball of dark fur. It was hissing by then, though I couldn't see what had unsettled it. Suddenly, it turned tail and ran off inside the house through the open glass door. Thinking about how I missed the times when I chalked this kind of behavior up to an animal being silly, I slowly got to my feet and, without taking my eyes off the pool, backed away inside. The cat had ran up the stairs and was nowhere to be seen anymore. I shut the door behind me and headed on over to the kitchen. There were no weapons in the house to my knowledge, so if I were to get into a situation where I'd have to defend myself, I would need to make do with a meat cleaver or butcher knife. I wasn't too alarmed yet, since it could well be that the cat was at fault here. But if there really was something fishy going on, it'd be bad, and I knew it. Let's be real here. While strange things only seldomly follow me away from the bar, I was still the most likely reason for anything backwards to be here. My friends don't dabble in the occult as far as I know. I didn't want anything to happen to them or their home. I stayed inside for a little while, observing the garden and pool from a safe distance. I had taken a long, slim cutting knife from the kitchen, the kind of cooking utensil I would probably be able to do the most damage with. I was keeping it at my side, always within reach as I watched the sun set from behind the large glass doors. My friends spent a lot of time outside, which is why they installed motion sensor lights that come on after dark whenever somebody moves around out there. They illuminate the area around the pool, the patio, and also a part of the garden. It's a beautiful, calming sight normally, but when I saw them flicker to life from inside without even setting a foot out the door, I felt a sense of dread rise within me. The cat certainly hadn't triggered them, as it was sitting atop the staircase watching me at the time. I could see it from my spot on the sofa. I tried to go over the other natural explanations in my head. There's not many other animals running around there, and the only other thing I could think of would be an intruder. An equally disquieting possibility. I had a feeling that wasn't it, though. I slowly got up and made my way over to the door. Careful not to crack it wide enough for anything unseen to slip inside unnoticed, I squeezed myself through the crack, knife still in hand and my phone in my pocket. I'd pre-dialed the emergency number just in case. I pressed my back up against the glass door, holding my breath as I listened intently for anything out of the ordinary. There was a lone bird singing somewhere in the hedge. The chirping of insects and all the familiar rustling of leaves and grass in the soft breeze made for what otherwise would have been a tranquil atmosphere. Suddenly, I heard a very faint tapping noise, like naked feet padding on the floor around the pool. There was no one to be seen. I didn't have time to think about what it was that was there in the garden with me. Instead, I opted to confront it. "I know you're here somewhere," I shouted out, trying to mask the fear in my voice. "What do you want?" No response. I heard the footsteps again. They were getting closer, though I couldn't tell what direction they were coming from. The uncertainty feeding my concern, I slowly took a step to the right, my back remaining pressed up against the door. I was now closer to the opening again, hoping I'd be able to rush inside in time should something lunge at me. My mind had wandered back to Ludum, of course. I couldn't think of any other invisible creature I might have given reason to come after me. But that was impossible, right? We had burned the cloak, the thing that had concealed him. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. It was odd addressing this creature by its name, but I asked nonetheless. Ludum? It came out a lot weaker than I'd hoped, but it's difficult not to show you're afraid when you know there's something somewhere right ahead that you can't see. The footsteps halted, like I'd caught their source off guard. My heart sank. It was him. I was sure of it now. I had no idea what my chances were going up against him without any help. Would Irene still be able to somehow protect me all the way out here? Uncle Mac had written that while Ludum had attacked him, he had never actually managed to cause any severe, lasting damage. I wondered if I would be that lucky. I readjusted my grip on the knife, raising it a little higher. Glancing around frantically, I tried to pick up any signs of Ludum's whereabouts, but it was futile. I could feel tiny drops of sweat running down my face, uncomfortably aware of the heat on my skin. That's when I had my idea. I reached into my pocket and dropped my cell phone through the open door onto the floor inside before lunging forward, running towards the pool. Just 3 steps in, I collided with something in front of me. I could feel it, the broad, unwieldy body of a person. I threw myself against it, pushing it aside before closing the short remaining distance between me and the pool. I could hear Ludum hit the ground behind me, a loud, sickly wheeze escaping his throat. Without thinking twice, I leapt off from the pool's edge and, holding onto my knife as best as I could, flew into the water. The second my head came up again, I bit down on the knife's handle, cautiously carrying it in my teeth as I swam over to where I thought the middle of the pool to be. Once there, I straightened up to gaze across the water's surface. The taste of chlorine in my mouth was strong, and the water had filled my ears. But despite my slightly blurred vision, I could see the edge of the pool. And I saw when Ludum came diving in after me. He seemed to have trouble swimming. He was moving a lot slower as he made his way towards me, pushing water away to both sides as he went. My ears were ringing, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest like a sledgehammer. Ignoring every instinct screaming at me to flee, I waited. He was getting closer. When he was a mere body's length away from me, I took my chance. I could tell he couldn't move well in the pool, which appeared to be my sole advantage. I could cross the distance between us just a little bit faster than him. The knife in my hand, I threw myself forward, blindly swinging at him. I knew I hadn't missed when I felt the resistance of flesh against the blade. A dark, viscous fluid that only barely resembled blood seeped from the unseen body. There wasn't much of it, though. I had cut him, but it hadn't been enough. Throwing myself over onto my back, I began kicking at the water, trying to get myself away from him again as fast as possible. I saw Ludum's corpse juice, I don't know what else to call it, mixed with the formerly clear water he kept shoving aside. I swam backwards until my head made painful contact with the edge of the pool. I got dizzy for just a split second, enough not to notice the other person stepping up behind me. I felt 2 large hands shove themselves under my arms and lift me out of the water. I screamed. The person behind me let go, and I plopped down onto the hard floor. I fell silent and gasped for air, but before I could do anything else, I heard a man's voice. It was deep. Very deep. But it sounded eerily relaxed, and almost a bit amused.
Jesus Christ, what a voice. Sounds like you put an air horn to shame.
I spun around to see a man standing over me. He was older, perhaps in his early 60s already, but he stood tall and broad. His gray hair was gelled back, and he was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and suit pants, the bottoms of which had gotten wet from all the splashing.
You can knock it off now, Ludum,
he called out at the invisible figure in the water, which was still worming its way toward us.
Come on out.
My whole body still trembling from the shock, I debated whether I should get up and run away or something. My question was answered when the man sat down next to me, at a small distance, to avoid getting his clothes any more soaked than they already were.
Relax. I'm not gonna hurt you,
he said.
I'm just here to talk.
Then what the fuck happened just now? I pressed out, gesturing at the pool, still coughing and spitting in an attempt to rid myself of the water I'd inhaled.
Oh, I didn't send Ludum out to kill you. This time. I simply wanted to see how you would fare without your staff to back you up.
You wanted to scare me.
That as well.
I took in a deep breath. He'd succeeded, as much as I hated to admit it. I tried not to look too intimidated, despite the fear still clinging to me. So, I'm guessing you're Norman?
Correct.
He held out his hand to me like he was expecting me to shake it, but dropped it when I made no move to do so.
Julia, isn't it? You don't look like I imagined.
Yeah. How do I look?
Afraid?
He smiled, but it was more like a dog baring its teeth than an expression of friendliness. We burned the cloak, I told him. Why is Ludum invisible again? Norman chuckled.
Did it occur to you I might have more than one of those old bed sheets?
But Andric said they weren't easy to get.
Oh, Andric said so, eh? Well, then must be true, right?
He laughed again, shaking his head.
I'm not saying Andric isn't clever, but just isn't the world he grew up in anymore. He's a little out of touch, I'm afraid. I mean, you can't blame the guy. It's been ages since he used to roam freely. But the truth is, they aren't that hard to obtain anymore.
He paused.
On the other hand, they might be for others. Not me, though.
Why are you here? Norman's smile grew.
I figured it was about time for us to meet in person. After all, I waited years before reaching out to you in the first place.
Look, I don't know what you want from me. If it's Andric, forget it. If I remember correctly, he made it pretty clear he doesn't want anything to do with you, so I'm not going to hand him over or anything if that's what you're after. The older man shook his head.
I can't say I've given up on Andric, but I've learned how to hold back. It wasn't easy, believe me. Especially seeing as you don't seem to have any idea on how powerful he really is. Then again, you don't have much of an idea about anything, do you?
I think I'm satisfied with how I do my job, I growled. He really was getting under my skin.
Now, I'm not talking about how you run the bar. How do I say this? You have a bunch of otherworldly creatures coming in and out of that establishment each and every day. And yet, you don't seem to be interested in anything but making money off of them.
He tilted his head like he was wondering whether he'd lost me in his explanations.
You could learn from them. You could be like them. That's what I did.
I don't want to be like them, I said slowly. Why? What are you even talking about? Why would anyone want that? Norman ignored my question.
Then I have a proposal to make. Your uncle knew a great deal about a lot of the stranger beings we share our world with. I'm pretty sure he documented his knowledge somehow, somewhere for his replacement to access. Since you won't be using it, how about you give it over to me?
I figured he meant the letters. I shook my head, no.
All right.
I paused, waiting for him to add something, but he didn't. That's it? I asked carefully. He shrugged.
I don't think you have them on your body, so what use would it be to prod now? Don't think I've given up, though. I'll get them someday. Just like Andric and his little fellowship. That's why I believe I may have been acting rash before this. I can't kidnap Andric or anything. He needs to come with me on his own accord. And he'd need you to allow him to leave. I'm not quite sure how I could get the two of you to that point yet, but maybe the direct way really isn't the best one.
I really don't want you on my heels, I muttered. Norman smiled.
I have a daughter your age,
he remarked, almost like he hadn't been listening. I'm not interested in any of this. I'm busy enough. I don't want any trouble. I'm sure you can find what you're looking for elsewhere. He frowned in thought, almost like he was actually considering it.
I might. But then again, I've been at this for a long time. I might have to see it through.
You're not going to come back here, are you? This isn't where I live. I hope you know that. This is my friend's place, and I'd rather you leave them alone.
Of course. Say, do you want a house like this? I have money. I could literally get you one just like this if you'd...
No. Andrick's staying with me, and I'm keeping my uncle's stuff. I rose to my feet and picked up my knife. Please leave now. If you really just came here to introduce yourself, you've done that. And you've left an impression. I'm pretty sure you wanted that. Norman gave me that same thin smile again, as he got up himself. Behind him, another figure had appeared. Ludham seemed to have made his way out of the pool and had taken off the cloak. The body he was using this time was a lot fresher, though it already showed signs of decomposition. I tried not to stare at the dark spots on his skin, or his lower lip, which seemed to have rotted away already, bearing stained, crooked teeth and foul-looking gums. I didn't want to ask where Norman got these corpses from. I tried to look at least somewhat imposing as I watched them make their retreat, but I was still shivering and dripping from head to toe, so I don't think it worked very well. Plus, I slipped on the wet floor on my way back inside, though I hope they were already too far away to see that. I dried myself off inside, and then called a special contact of mine on the phone. He likes to keep a low profile, so I won't say much about him, except that he cleans up after some messy people for a living, if you catch my drift. He's my go-to guy for whenever things get a little too dirty for the bar spirits, and me over at the new saloon. He's a bit dodgy, as are most people I've met through work, but he's actually a pretty okay guy, and probably the only one who knows how to filter zombie corpse residue from a swimming pool. So that was that. I'm going to try to rest up now. It's been a busy day at the hospital. My cousin Linda came in earlier with Nicholas. She's been taking care of him ever since I'd come here, and she's been visiting with him nearly every day. I just remembered, I haven't mentioned Nicholas until now. He's my son. I miss my bar so much right now. I've only been at the hospital for 2 weeks, but it feels like an eternity. I'm totally out of my element here, too. I think I haven't had to stay at a hospital since I had my son. I already mentioned him at the end of my last post, but I suppose it's time I talked about him at length. His name is Nicholas, and he's currently going to elementary school. He's a quiet kid. Not unhappy or shy, mind you. Actually, he's all smiles and giggles most of the time. He just doesn't talk much. He always looks like he's up to something, but that's actually really cute. At the moment, my cousin Linda is watching out for him since I'm at the hospital. She's a full-time mom to 2 kids, a boy and a girl. We live very close to one another, and our children go to the same school, so we made an arrangement. Basically, since I sometimes have to work quite a lot, I pay her for taking care of Nicholas while I'm at the bar. At first, I was incredibly nervous and reluctant to let him out of my sight at all, but it helped that Linda was family and that Nicholas and her 2 kids get along really well. He's always excited to see them, and that's very reassuring, too. Plus, Linda's the only one in the family I've told about my special circumstances. I didn't let her in on everything, but she knows enough to take the necessary precautions. Speaking of which, guess who else he really likes? Yeah. I don't know what it is with the bar spirits and kids, but they're a lot more docile around them. That's what Max said about them too, after all. And the 4 of them really do love Nicholas. I've brought him into the bar with me after closing time quite often, even when he was still really tiny. A room filled with drunk, inhuman creatures isn't a good environment for a kid, in my opinion, but I wanted him to get used to the backroom people as early on as possible. For one, chances are I'll leave him in the bar someday. Hopefully not too soon. And I don't want him to be afraid of anything he'll find there. But I have a few other, more personal reasons, too. Either way, I wanted to make sure he remained sheltered from the patrons. After all, you never know what might happen. The following happened rather recently, just about a year ago. It was late, and I was hanging out at the bar with the backroom people and Nicholas. I was talking over some business stuff with Andric, while the other three were playing with my son. Numbers aren't exactly my thing. And I remember Andric was just explaining something about our finances to me when Nicholas came up to us and, addressing neither of us in particular, said, "I'm going to go say hi to the girl outside, okay?" "What girl, honey?" I asked. "The girl outside," he repeated, pointing at the window opening into the small alley beside the bar. Danica had walked over to us, a mock-hurt look on her face. "Hey, am I that boring to you?" she inquired, snorting with laughter when Nicholas held up his fingers as if to say, "A little bit."
"Did you see her from the window?"
Andric looked about as confused as I was, and we exchanged odd glances. Nicholas nodded.
"Is she alone?"
He nodded again. I got up and went over to the window, opening it and leaning outside to check. The alleyway was empty, except for a fat crow sitting on the ground and staring up at me. I mentioned it before, but we have quite a lot of them around here. I looked back over my shoulder at my son. "You're not talking about the bird, are you?" Nicholas came padding over to me and stood up on his tiptoes to peer outside as well. "She was just there," he told me. Was she now? I bit my lip. I'd seen too much not to get at least a little concerned. "What did she look like?" My son hummed pensively. "I don't know." "Okay," I said slowly. "Let's stay away from the windows for a bit, all right?" Nicholas nodded obediently and followed me over to the table I'd been sitting at together with Andric, and climbed up on the bench to plop down next to him. Andric showed him his notebook, and my son made a disgusted noise at the writing inside. "I hate maths," he muttered. Andric laughed and patted him on the shoulder. I think he forgot about the little girl rather quickly, at least until we got home. We don't live at the same place I used to anymore. We have a small house now, actually. I figured it'd be best for the kid to have some space and a bigger room than what the old apartment would have allowed. Nicholas has never had any trouble sleeping at night. He's so quiet you'd think there's a log lying in his bed. That night, however, he came knocking on my door. I hadn't been asleep yet, so I was on my feet in no time. When I opened the door, I found him staring up at me with wide eyes. "Did you let the girl in? The girl from the alley?" I looked down at him, puzzled. "What?" "She's in the living room." My stomach sank. I quickly nudged him into my bedroom, turning on the light inside. "Can you stay in here for a sec?" He nodded and obediently climbed up onto my bed. "Hey," he suddenly said, grabbing my blanket and wrapping it around himself. "Now, just like her." That's when I remembered. A long time ago, Beau and I had had a rather unpleasant encounter with a pale little girl dressed in a white blanket. I remember I had felt very complicated about her sudden disappearance. She attacked me, yes, but she had seemed so confused. Like she was in need of help. I hadn't seen her ever since, though, and now I had my kid here to protect. If it was really her, and if she truly was here in our home, she would have to leave. I slowly walked down the stairs, not daring to turn on the lights, but still careful not to trip. In the darkness, you could hardly see a thing, so I had to keep one hand on the banister and the others on the wall across from it. When I'd reached the hallway, I noticed that the door to the living room was open, just a crack. I could hear a soft buzzing noise coming from inside, undoubtedly the TV humming away. I leaned over and peered into the large room, only my fingertips pressed against the door as I quietly pushed it open a little wider. From where I was standing, I could see the TV, but it was showing nothing but static. Illuminated by its unnatural, dim glow, however, was a figure. Cowering on the floor, the little girl sat and stared, almost as though watching something transpire on screen I couldn't see. Her back was turned to me, the blanket almost swallowing her little body whole, with just her feet sticking out from under her. I silently slipped into the room, eyes fixated on the child before me. I had no clue what she was doing here. How did she even know where our house was? Had she followed me home from the bar? I could feel my heart drumming in my chest. Whenever I'm afraid, I tend to start sweating, and I could already feel my palms getting wet. I was about to open my mouth to say something, even though I had no idea what, when she beat me to it. Without turning around, she murmured, "It's not fair." Her voice was so quiet I could hardly hear her over the sound of the TV. Swallowing my dread, I replied, "What's not?" She looked over her shoulder, giving me just a brief glance before turning back to face the screen. "He's here right now. He's gonna kill me, you know." "What do you mean?" I breathed. "What's here?" "It doesn't matter. You can't see him anyways." She raised her arm and pointed at a corner of the room, right behind the large, long table Nicholas always sits down to draw at. "He's right over there, though." I squinted, straining my eyes, but it was just like she'd said. I couldn't see a thing. The little girl let out a noise that sounded a bit like she was stifling a sob. "He's gonna do it soon. He's been following me. Maybe he'll do it right now." "Why are you here?" I pressed out. "I don't know." She stood up, finally turning to face me. I winced. I had remembered her differently. She'd scared the hell out of me before, but this time? Her cheeks were so hollow she looked like a living marionette. The hands holding the blanket around her in place were bony, her fingers stiff and thin. It was a surreal sight, and I couldn't help but wonder if she'd always been this way. "Your son seems nice. If the big guy wasn't after me, would you let me play with him?" The big guy. Staring into her large, empty eyes, I forced a smile onto my face. "Of course." The girl let out a bubbling laugh. "You don't really mean that," she replied. She walked over to me, and before I knew it, her arms were around me. I gasped at the cold seeping into me in the places where she was leaning against me. She drew back. "Everyone's afraid of the big guy. Don't worry. He won't eat your son." She paused. "I think," she added. No, he should be safe." "Please, who are you talking about?" I asked, bending down to get on eye level with her. "The big guy. Eats every one of us. He's so young and so hungry. He'll eat everyone who doesn't have shelter. And I'm all on my own. If you need me to do anything, I mean, maybe I could give you shelter," I stammered, despite having no idea what she meant. "Too late," she murmured. "Tell Mom I wasn't being a crybaby for once, okay?" With that, she walked away from me. I realized too late where she was headed. By the time I'd called out to her, she'd plopped down behind Nicholas's drawing table. What came next is hard to describe. To be frank, I don't even want to think about it. It started with her arm. Part of it suddenly disappeared. There was no blood, there was not even a sound, it was just gone all of a sudden. The girl let out an ear-piercing scream, scrambling to her feet, and took a hasty step towards me, trying to pull herself up over the table. It was like she'd changed her mind now opting to take flight instead. Tearing myself out of my shocked rigidity, I leapt toward her, throwing myself across the table with my arms outstretched. The impact knocked the air out of me as I crashed into the hard surface, but I didn't care. I groped about in an attempt to grab her hand. I was trying to tell her to take it, but when I began to shout out to her, only incoherent screams came out. The little girl let go of an agonized howl as this thing behind her, this entity I couldn't see, pulled her back, dragging her off the table and back into the dark corner. My mind racing and spit running down my chin from having shrieked so loudly, I crawled over the table in a last-ditch effort to reach her. I fell to the floor on the side, jumping up and trying to get a hold of her arm, her hair, her blanket, anything that would allow me to move her away from this creature, but I didn't make it in time. I watched as the little girl vanished into thin air, my flailing arms meeting with nothing. I was left standing alone in the living room, my head spinning. I could feel streaks of sweat mixed with tears on my face. My cheeks were burning and I felt like I was going to fall over. Until I heard his voice. "Mom?" My head jerked around. Nicholas was standing in the doorway, staring at me with wide eyes. I let out a soft gasp as I fumbled towards him, falling to my knees and wrapping my arms around him. "How long have you been... Where's the girl? Did you tell her to go away?" I felt my chest grow light with relief. He hadn't seen it happen. "Get dressed," I muttered, my throat sore and my voice cracked. "We're going to the bar for the night." "Hey, what's that thing over there?" He pointed over my shoulder. I didn't have to follow his gaze to know what he meant to show me. "Oh, now it's gone." He dropped his arm. "Weird." Once I'd calmed down enough to consider it safe to drive, I brought us over to the new saloon. I told the back room people what had happened and then went downstairs to get some sleep. I had never removed my futon from when I'd set it up there a while earlier. In fact, I had added some other necessities I'd bought just to prepare for any possible emergency that could make me need to stay there. Nicholas was upstairs, Andric having taken it upon himself to entertain him. Of course, the kid was wide awake now, and he kept asking me what had happened, so I was glad there'd be somebody to take his mind off of it. This was the first time I'd heard about the big guy. The encounter truly disturbed me at the time. I simply couldn't figure him out. He was invisible, but not like Ludum. He was violent, but not like anything else I'd ever seen before. You're probably wondering what he even has to do with me. I'll explain what exactly he is in time, but for now, I've thought about him enough. One last thing, though, since I suppose I need to address some of your questions on my last post. A bunch of you have been asking me who Nicholas's father is. Felt like the conversation with my mom all over again. Speculate all you want. I won't tell you. I haven't even told the guy himself, after all. Sometimes when I see him, he looks at me, and for some reason it feels like he might know, but I hope not. From all this, you've probably already guessed that he's not exactly normal, though. My bar doesn't have a dress code, but I do. Uncle Mac put it this way. The bar is falling apart. At least make it look like the owner has it together. Sort of a clever motto, right? Since Mac's word is law, I do what I can to look presentable. Honestly, I like dressing up, so I'd probably do it even if I wasn't required to. If any of you reading have at some point started to like me, the following might erase that sympathy. But you might have already guessed that the day I'll stop wearing high heels is the day hell freezes over. What's even sadder is that I'm the kind of person who develops a sort of attachment to their clothing. If something gets lost or torn, I'm disappointed. And not just because I spent money on it. I don't know why that is, but I haven't been able to spend a lot on clothes prior to owning the bar. So I guess it makes me appreciate them more. Such was the case with my favorite coat. The following happened not long after the incident with the little girl. The one that had led to her disappearance. I dare not call it her death. For one, I don't know if she'd been alive at all when I met her. But I also try to console myself with the possibility of her still being able to make a return. As unlikely as it seems. I'd had the coat in question for just a couple months before I lost it. I don't know how it happened. I placed it in a safe spot behind the counter, where there was little chance of it getting stained or stolen. However, when it was time to wrap things up for the night and I wanted to gather my things, I found that my coat was gone. I instantly got nervous and started looking everywhere around the bar, but it was nowhere to be seen. At first I thought May might have taken it to get on my nerves. Let's be real here. May doesn't like me too much, and since she's done stuff like that before, she was a likely suspect. When I asked her, however, she firmly denied it. The coat was gone, and neither me nor the bar spirits could find it. I had no other choice than to accept it and go home. The day that followed was quite calm and normal. We had the regulars coming in and out with not much else going on. At least that was until this woman came in. She looked completely unremarkable. Light brown hair, a round face, and I guessed her to be around the same age as me, maybe a little older. Something about her looked familiar, though I couldn't really place the sense of recognition. Perhaps I had seen her before, or someone who looked like her, but I couldn't think of anything or anyone of the sort. A nice, yet awkward smile on her face, she came up to the counter. I'd seen her talk to Danica first, and she had apparently directed her to me. "Hi, I found this coat lying around outside. The waitress said it's yours." She reached into the bag she carried on her shoulder and pulled out my coat. I recognized it immediately, and yet something felt off about it. I had looked all over for this thing. If it really had been lying somewhere outside, I would have found it. But that was not all. I had no idea why I was wary of it, but despite lacking a reason, I hesitated. Something about this was just fishy.
"Don't take the apple, Snow White."
Andric's voice almost made me jump. He'd been standing beside me and had leaned over to hurriedly whisper into my ear. I stared at the lady in front of me for a few seconds before shaking my head no. "Keep it." "I beg your pardon?" She gave me a puzzled look. "Finders keepers. Actually, I think it'd look great on you." I glanced over at Andric to see him grin. The woman frowned. Then, without another word, she turned to leave, taking the coat with her. I turned around. "Nice thinking on the Snow White thing," I told Andric.
"I know, right? Just came to me."
He looked proud of himself. "Alright, what just happened? You think she did something witchy with the coat?"
"I guess so. She didn't give off the vibes, for it to be honest."
He gazed at the door in thought.
"Might have been her first time trying something of the sort."
"How did she even get her hands on it? I don't think I've seen her here before." I waved the other three over, and they all said the same. No one knew who she was. Chances were it had been her first time at the new saloon. Why would she want to do whatever was supposed to happen to me in the first place? I paused. Anyone else think she kind of looks familiar? There were a few uncertain nods and shrugs, but nothing else.
"Just an idea, but maybe you should follow her,"
Andric said.
"See where she's headed with that thing."
I didn't have to think about it for long. I quickly threw on my jacket and took a glance out the front doors. The woman was still in sight. I could see her enter one of the streets leading away from the marketplace. "There's still time," I told the others. "We gotta hurry, though."
"I'll get my coat,"
Andric told me. I shook my head. "I'm gonna take Bo. You stay here, watch out for the bar." He looked at me with wide eyes, seeming a bit hurt.
"Okay,"
he eventually said, giving me an almost cold shrug. I motioned for Bo to get moving. Moments later, we were at the door and running down the street after the coat lady. I was used to taking the spirits away from the bar sometimes. I'd gotten them some jackets and gloves a long time ago for that reason. The gloves are to obscure their lack of fingernails. I figured it'd seem less suspicious. Andric even had a pair of purely decorative glasses to somewhat gloss over his eyes not lining up. Besides, since Bo would always be standing outside, even during the colder seasons, I figured a coat would be useful to him in particular. He says the cold doesn't bother him, but I wasn't so sure. Normally, when I need to leave my natural habitat with one of the hearth keepers, I go with Andric, as you might have guessed from his reaction. Bo, however, is the strong one, and I figured I'd need that for following the weird lady. The woman climbed into a surprisingly nice, large car. Mine wasn't too far away, so Bo and I got in and I quickly drove after her. We pursued her all the way out of town. I was starting to get a little worried when we left the city streets and drove out onto the road. Glancing over at the large man in my passenger seat, I found him holding onto his seatbelt, looking a bit green in the face. "You okay?" I asked.
"Just a bit nauseous. Not used to driving,"
he answered curtly.
Don't slow down. I can take it.
I allowed a couple cars to get ahead of me from time to time, trying to keep a low profile, but not letting the coat lady out of my sight. We finally entered the outskirts of a different town, a small one I knew only from passing through. It was a charming little neighborhood filled with large houses with even larger driveways and gardens. She pulled into an especially huge one. I drove along, getting some distance between us on purpose, but making a mental note of the building and address. We got out a few houses over, as soon as we'd found a spot to park the car, and began our march back to the pristine little mansion the lady had entered. The house itself was painted a subtle yellowish color. I could see a large balcony stand out from one of the upper floors, as well as tall, spotless windows shining in the light of the afternoon sun. The front yard was fenced, but it was the kind of fence that lets you see everything. There to protect the property from unwanted guests, but not to shield it from onlookers. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't beautiful. There was a hedge lining the sides of the driveway, which actually helped block the view a little bit, so Bo and I quickly jogged past the fence and then ducked behind the hedge, proceeding to sneak up the driveway.
Leah, we should leave,
Bo said suddenly, his voice uncharacteristically meek and quiet.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I shushed him, but placed my hand on his broad shoulder, patting it lightly in an attempt to soothe his nerves. Just a bit further. I could hear muffled voices coming from behind the hedge. I couldn't understand what they were saying, but I knew one of them belonged to the coat lady. The other sounded eerily familiar as well. The closer we got, the more uncomfortable I was beginning to feel. Perhaps Bo was right after all. I decided I would only sneak one quick glance and then book it. My bouncer was getting increasingly nervous.
Does this count as entering already?
He whispered.
I wouldn't know, but I think Andrick once said that's a crime.
Hey, it was Andrick's idea to come here in the first place, I hissed as I sank down on all fours, hoping it'd make our approach a little more inconspicuous. The sounds of my shoes on the ground had been too loud for my liking. I crawled forward until I could peek around the hedge. Glancing behind me, I saw that Bo was crouching down, peering into the yard as well. I was just happy we appeared to be the only people out on the streets at the time. Somebody seeing us cowering in that driveway would have definitely cut our attempts at eavesdropping short. From where we were sitting, I could see the house's spacious wooden patio. There was a table on it, a bench, and even a swing chair in the corner. But that all seemed to fade into the background when I laid eyes on the coat lady, and, more importantly, the man she was talking to. Despite him being dressed for leisure and looking more unkempt than when I'd last seen him, I recognized Norman immediately. He looked pissed. Now that the two of them were within clear sight, I could hear what they were saying, too.
What the hell were you thinking?
Norman growled at the woman. I thought you wanted me to help. Her voice sounded confused and kind of apologetic. You always say I should spend more time trying...
If you want to help me, ask first. Do you have any idea what this means? Did you even consider the consequences? God damn it, Carol, you have a daughter at home.
I didn't think she'd...
I don't care what you thought. Now what? What if she sends someone after you?
Dad, I really don't think it's that big of a thing to her. It was embarrassing and weird, that's all.
You really take after your mother, don't you?
Norman said, sounding exasperated.
Good God, I'm surrounded by idiots, aren't I? Do you really think I need your help, of all people? I told you I was preparing something. I'm staying away from those fuckers for now on purpose, for fuck's sake. I have a plan. I'm gonna deal with her, but on my own. When I'm ready. When it is ready.
My blood ran cold. It was only when I fell silent that I noticed I'd been holding my breath. There was no doubt in my mind he was talking about me. But what the hell was it? I glanced back at Bo to find that he was frozen in place, a look of utter horror on his face. What's it? I whispered, gently nudging his arm to try and snap him out of it. I, too, was concerned by the conversation I just overheard. But he seemed truly afraid. A lot more than I was. His eyes seemed to be fixated on a spot high above our heads. It was like he hadn't been listening at all. Instead, he was staring up at the house's roof for some reason.
"He's here,"
Bo uttered, dropping to his knees beside me. His voice was shaky and his face had taken on an unnaturally pale color. "You mean Norman?" I asked in a hushed tone, but he shook his head.
"Your phone," he breathed. "You can film stuff with that, right? Here, hurry, give it to me."
I reached into my pocket and started fumbling for my cell phone, turning on the camera before handing it over to the hearthkeeper. With bated breath, I watched as he raised the phone above his head with shaking hands, aiming it at the rooftop. We remained like this, still as two statues. I didn't dare to look away, but I could hear a door slam over at the house as Norman and his daughter Carol retreated inside. My mind was racing, the mix of confusion and dread making me shiver. Suddenly, I felt Bo's large hand wrap around my wrist, and before I knew it, he was pulling me to my feet.
"He's seen us,"
he gasped, eyes wide and terrified as he began to drag me out of the driveway and onto the street. I didn't even have a chance to ask what was wrong. My heart hammering in my chest, I tried to keep pace with the bouncer as he led me back the way we'd come. He didn't slow down, his long, fast legs almost impossible to keep up with at all. And when we'd finally reached the car again, he tore open the driver's side door and nearly shoved me inside, before quickly climbing in on the other side himself.
"Drive!"
he roared. I sped out of the parking spot and down the street as fast as my worn sedan would allow me. Faster than I probably should have, but I didn't care. I had no idea what was wrong, but whatever Bo had seen back there, it had scared him shitless, and that was enough to send me into a panic as well. I finally began to calm down a little when we were about halfway back. My hands had been clutching the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles had turned white, and it was only when I finally loosened my grip a little that I noticed my fingers were actually hurting from it. I parked my car in the lot close to the market square, and alongside a still trembling Bo, headed back to the bar. Walking through those red double doors felt like diving into fresh, cool water. I let go of a relieved sigh and plopped down on a bench already occupied by two men dressed all in black. They gave me odd looks and scooted over a little, visibly surprised. I didn't care. The chatter of the patrons almost seemed to welcome me. I watched as Bo went up to Andrick, who had been standing behind the counter. His face changed from delighted to worried, and then to the same wide-eyed look of dread the bouncer had displayed earlier, as he listened to Bo's words.
"All right, guys. Everybody drink up and get out,"
he shouted, waving his arms at the door.
"Family emergency. We're shutting down early. So sorry. Now chug."
His orders were met with confusion and frustration at first, and he had to repeat himself a few times. But one by one, the patrons obediently trickled outside. Once the bar had finally emptied, him and the girls came over to sit with me, while Bo poured himself a glass of whiskey, which was an unusual sight in itself. Andrick motioned for me to move over so he could sit down with me. But instead of saying anything, he just leaned back and bumped his head on the wall thrice before eventually turning to face me.
"So, Norman and the big guy,"
he muttered. I almost jumped in my seat. "The big guy?" I repeated. "Was he—"
"There, yes. Bo said he filmed them."
"Wait, so you know who he is?"
"Of course I do,"
he replied, almost sounding a tad annoyed.
"You can't see him. Not you. But we can. And he tends to appear on camera. Like when you photograph him or whatever. You might want to watch that video."
I began to dig into my pocket for my phone. Bo had quickly handed it to me back in the car, so the still image of the start of the video he had taken was the first thing that came up on screen when I turned it on. At first, it just showed the ground. Then, as Bo raised the camera up, it quickly wandered over the patio, the corner of the house, and then finally came to a halt when it pointed at the roof. My stomach turned. I had not seen it back when we were hiding behind the hedge in the driveway, but on the video I could see what Bo had been watching. There, perched on top of Norman's roof, almost like a gigantic house cat, was a thing. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It had no shapes, no distinctive form or build. Instead, it appeared to be a writhing mass of dark flesh. There were no arms or legs. It didn't even have a head on it. But I could see teeth, and eyes jutting out here and there. But they would draw back every other second, only to appear somewhere else. It was never still. Never stopped moving. It almost looked like it was shivering or wobbling. Suddenly, one of its large eyes appeared in a position facing the ground below. It darted about until it seemed to be staring right into the camera. I stifled a gag. The video then showed the ground, blurred and moving rapidly as Bo and I ran. I turned off my phone and set it aside, fingers trembling before sinking deeper into the cushions of the bench. "Oh, God," I uttered. "He's bigger than I remember," May murmured. She'd been looking over my shoulder from the other side.
"Of course,"
Andrick replied, his voice low.
"He's grown. I bet he's getting hungrier with size, too."
He let out a bitter chuckle.
"I bet he's been eating even more ever since he had the little girl. He eats them all. Everyone who doesn't have shelter."
"He doesn't even have a mouth, though," I remarked, neglecting to ask about the meaning of the shelter thing.
"Oh, he does,"
Andrick said, his eyes wide and a stiff smile on his face.
"Lord knows I've stared right into it before."
"So, that was him?" I asked carefully, already anticipating the response. He nodded.
"That was the big guy."
I already mentioned I'm currently at the hospital. Have been for a while, actually. I know I was hesitant, but I want to share what happened now. I guess I better start at the beginning. Namely, right after Bo and I returned from our expedition to what turned out to be Norman's house. I had gone to pick up Nicholas and brought him back to the bar with me. Sure, the bar spirits and I would have to discuss the big guy, which wasn't exactly something I wanted the little one to hear. But I simply needed to have him there with me, just to know he was safe. The Hearthkeeper's mood was abysmal. Andrick didn't even smile when Nicholas tried to climb up on his back. Him and Bo carry the kid on their shoulders sometimes. I gave the kid my phone and told him to sit in a corner and play with it. Shiny screens always take up all of his attention, so I knew he'd forget we were even there for as long as he'd be looking at it. So, I began. "We should probably talk about this, right?"
"Right,"
Andrick muttered. Him and the other three sat huddled together on the bench across from me. They all looked a lot meeker than usual. Their eyes weren't shiny anymore, and they seemed beaten and tired.
"The big guy is very young. We're not sure where he came from, but he appeared, maybe like 150 years ago? I'm not so sure. It was like he simply popped up. And the second he was born, he began to eat. He ate everything that moved, everything that wasn't human, that is. You know what I mean. People, creatures like us. He didn't care what we were exactly. He didn't seem to discriminate. He just sucked up everything he found. Hell, even the ghosts weren't safe. Though I can't believe he found those particularly nourishing."
Andrick chuckled mirthlessly. "Man, that was so long ago," Danica murmured. "We still looked like us back then."
"I like me better this way,"
Andrick replied, looking down at his hands as he opened and closed them into fists a few times.
"Anyways, when the big guy showed up, we hadn't really attached ourselves to any household in particular. At least not yet. We'd been running free the entire time, staying at a few houses here and there, and either spooking the people who live there or helping them out. Actually, both most of the time. We hadn't settled down yet, though. We'd stay with a family for 2 generations tops before moving on. Mainly because of me."
"He's always deciding for us," May told me, nodding over at Andrick. "Why do you listen to him?" I asked. "Not that you shouldn't have, I'm just curious. How do you even know each other?" May shrugged. "When we woke up for the first time, we were in the same place. You'd probably compare it to birth. We were just there all of a sudden, and we were there as a group. So maybe we're a family? She didn't seem to expect a response, seeing as how she went on immediately. Andric here, he was the smartest. The strongest, too, I guess. He always told us what to do, and whenever we followed his lead, things would turn out well for us. Like this whole household helping thing. It was great to stay with humans. We'd have a warm place to hide out in, the people were respectful, and they'd even give us little gifts as thanks. The hint of a smile crossed Andric's face before he looked down again.
We didn't have a place to stay, though, when the big guy happened. I knew we'd have to choose something for the long run this time, but it wasn't an easy decision to make. We wandered from house to house for a while until we came across a really odd bunch. It was a bigger family. They had a nice house and they were wealthy enough. But better yet, they seemed instantly aware of our presence, despite us not showing ourselves.
Danica nodded. That was you guys, of course. Or those before you, rather. They really tried hard for us, kind of like they were wooing us to stay there. They did this whole ritual thing with offerings and gifts for us, trying to coax us into showing ourselves. It's been a while, so I don't remember everything, but I think what Norman said was true, that there was someone else there. Another household who'd been feeling unfortunate since we left. They wanted us back, and they sure seemed desperate as well, but Andric said we'd stay with the new folks, and so we did. Andric shrugged.
I don't even know why I chose you guys anymore, but I'm glad I did. I guess it simply felt right, even back then.
And the big guy? How does he decide who he eats? Like, how come you're safe? I asked.
We're safe because we're with you. I'm not sure how others got around, but since there's still inhuman beings here that can pay for their drinks, I'm guessing the lucky ones found their own ways of acquiring protection. As for us, we've entered a contract with your family. We work for you, and we take care of you. And in exchange, you harbor us. That's what keeps the big guy from barging in. The day we decided to settle down with your family, he stopped hunting us.
You mean he was after you specifically? Why's that?
That part was more of a coincidence. We were close to him at the time, and he'd already eaten a lot of the other non-humans in the area. If he'd gotten to us, he could have had all four of us at once. A fine meal.
I see, I said slowly. So if he's working with Norman now for some reason, that means we have a problem, doesn't it?
It's weird he should be there, but it's obviously for a reason. He doesn't eat humans, but he's not exactly friendly with them either. They can't see him anyways.
Andric replied.
Though I wouldn't put it past Norman to find a way.
What I'm worried about is the thing he's apparently been working on, Bo added. Sounded like he was pretty confident he'd get through to us or whatever. Looking at me, he reached up to uncomfortably scratch his neck. I knew what he meant. I'm going to stay here for a while. At least for as long as possible, I told them. Nicholas will have to stay at my cousin's more often.
You sure that's a good idea?
Andric asked.
What if he finds him there?
For all we know, Norman doesn't even know he exists, I replied. At least, I hope that's the case. He's never gotten anywhere near him before. So that was the plan. I drove my son out to his temporary guardian. Since I seemed to be the primary target of whatever Norman had planned, I didn't want the little one to be too close to me, as that would pose a greater risk to his well-being. I would come to visit him every day during this time. The rest I would spend at the bar, either working or trying to come up with a way to counter Norman's advances. Different ideas crossed our minds, one being murder, which was the one I discarded first. For one, we couldn't risk a police investigation if it were to ever come to it. How was I supposed to explain the business I was running here? What you have to know is that the backroom people have a lot of tricks up their sleeves when it comes to protecting the bar. They can easily combat human influences that would make our job harder. For example, I've seen Andric talk a health inspector into happily leaving without even looking around. All four seemed quite skilled at this sort of manipulation. An actual, thorough investigation, led by more people, however, would be a lot more difficult to evade. And of course, I didn't want to have another person's blood on my hands and all that. Come on. You know I'm not a monster. It's just that maybe I'd be able to live with it if it were Norman. Then again, I'd rather it really didn't come to that. I've asked Andrick whether he could do the same thing to Norman as he did to Steve, but he said it probably wouldn't work. He could enter the house, sure, but Norman would not only have Ludham in there to alert and protect him, but the big guy now too. It'd be nearly impossible to catch him by surprise. Instead of acting rashly, we opted to wait. I talked to some of the regulars about the big guy. Despite most of them not being too concerned, seeing as they had apparently all found some ways of protecting themselves a long time ago, a lot of them avoided the subject. I still made sure they knew that if they were ever at risk of being attacked by the big guy, I wouldn't hesitate to help in any way I could. I wasn't trying to play the hero, but you'll understand I didn't want to lose my clientele, even those I hadn't grown close to. Then Norman made his move. It happened when I was out grocery shopping. Ever since we had spied on Norman, I had been feeling incredibly nervous every time I left the bar. I had started carrying pepper spray and a knife with me, despite not knowing how to effectively use the latter. I still remember how empty the parking lot felt. A huge, dark space, only illuminated by the streetlights and those coming from the store. There were only around 10 cars there, and not a soul to be seen. I was all by myself, carrying my bags to my car, looking over my shoulder every 2 seconds. Beside the faint noises on the nearby road, the only sound to be heard was the clacking of my heels on the pavement. In hindsight, I wish I'd taken one of the bar spirits with me. If there had only been one other person there, what followed might not have happened at all. Walking up to my car, I took out my keys and jammed my purse between my knees to keep it off the ground. Standing over the open trunk, I started to lift up the full bags and place them inside, when all of a sudden, I felt a hand press itself over my mouth from behind. Emphasis on felt. I couldn't see it despite the painful pressure on my face. I didn't have to ask to know it was Ludham. My heart sinking as I realized something was about to happen, I began to struggle. I kicked behind me, aimlessly hoping to somehow injure the person holding me in place. I tried to peel off his hand, but soon after felt my feet being swept out from under me. I landed face first on the ground, gasping as the air was knocked out of me.
Don't scream.
Ludham's raspy, guttural voice was so close to my ear it almost sounded like his words were right inside my head. I felt him place one knee on my back, groaning with pain as he put pressure on it. One of his hands made its way to the back of my head and pressed my face against the rough ground. I whimpered, but I couldn't raise my voice.
I don't have to hurt you if you don't move.
I felt limp. My purse was on the ground now, too. The knife and spray inside, out of reach from where I was lying. What other choice did I have than to stay still? I could hear him fumbling around for something, before he reached over and forcefully turned me onto my back. He quickly put his knee to my stomach and his hand to my neck. It happened so fast, I didn't even have time to blink. I could see part of his other arm this time, gray skin pulling tightly over bony fingers. He was holding a small, open plastic bottle, which he was now bringing to my mouth.
Drink,
he ordered quietly. I shook my head, pressing my mouth shut only to feel his fingers close tighter around my throat. He won't kill me, I told myself, but I began to grow uncertain.
Drink,
he growled once more. His grip now stronger, my throat now burning with pain. At the same time, he dug his knee into my soft belly. I felt as though I needed to gasp for air and throw up at the same time. I was starting to get nauseous. Whatever he was trying to feed me, if I were to fall unconscious, he'd probably make me ingest it anyways. I couldn't stand it any longer. Turning my head up, I opened my mouth. The second I did, he began to pour a foul-tasting liquid down my throat. It was cold, felt like water, and faintly reminded me of a very bitter type of medicine. I almost couldn't swallow fast enough to keep up with it. He grabbed me by the shoulder and pulled me into a sitting position. I tried to spit, but he hurriedly pressed his hand over my mouth again, tipping my head back and forcing me to swallow. When the bottle was finally empty, he let go of me, and I instantly started to retch. "What was that?" I screamed. "What the fuck was that?" I got no response, though. Ludum had already disappeared again, taking the empty bottle with him. I remained crouching on the ground for a while, trying to make myself vomit. I wanted the stuff out of me, but it just wouldn't come back up. Oddly enough, I didn't feel any different. Once I'd calmed down just enough to gain somewhat of a clear mind, I headed straight for the bar again. My hands were still shaking, even as I was gripping the steering wheel. I was a nervous wreck when I arrived at the bar. Staggering through the open doors, I found the backroom people waiting inside. Upon laying eyes on my wide-eyed, terrified face, they rose to their feet. "Leah?" Danica asked carefully. Are you okay?" I shook my head. I suddenly noticed that I couldn't really speak well. My words came slow and faltering, but they understood just fine. Whatever Ludum had fed me, its effect was starting to set in. And then I had my first fit. I can hardly describe it. It was like my whole body started cramping up. There was a sharp sting of pain in my chest. My vision blurred as my knees gave in beneath me and I fell to the floor. I was lying there for a few seconds, unable to control my arms and legs as I was twitching and writhing helplessly, my back bending and arching against my will. I won't say yet who got me to the hospital. That's a whole other story in itself. Of course, it wasn't one of the backroom people, though. I lost consciousness on the way. It's been like this ever since. I haven't been able to leave the hospital. On good days, I only have one of these fits. On bad days, I get up to 3. They leave me exhausted, both unable and unwilling to move. It's torture. It's like something is pulling on my flesh from inside my own body. Like I'm being eaten from the inside out. The doctors haven't been able to help me thus far. I'm not sure if it'll kill me at some point, but when it happens, it sure feels like it. The thing is, I know how to stop it. I just don't want to do what it takes. I keep biding my time, still trying to think of another way. Andrick came in with a letter on the first day of my arrival here. A letter from Norman. He says he can control it, and that he can make everything go back to normal if I were to do something for him in return. I'm pretty sure you can guess what he wants. While my bar's regulars are all rather weird, physical altercations happen less frequently than one might expect. If they do occur, they're normally provoked by Tommy, the old drunkard frequenting us. He tips well, but behaves poorly. But he's not the only one who occasionally enjoys stirring up the other patrons. Still, these little fights are nothing my staff and I would ever be unable to deal with. For one, if I start yelling a bit, everyone usually quiets down. Andrick says I have a voice like a cockatiel. Not unpleasant when kept low, but absolutely unbearable when used for shrieking. But more importantly, whenever things really get out of hand, there's still Bo, my bouncer. He's a damn beast, broad and huge like a closet. Seriously, it's amazing. He could just pick one up and throw them out on the street like a plushie. We also have this really bright big sign up saying that we reserve the right to refuse service to anybody, just to show people we won't take their crap if they're planning on getting up to something stupid. What I'm trying to say is that we're pretty well prepared for when a fight breaks out. However, none of us were prepared for what would happen on one cool summer night in early June 5 years ago. In this regard, there's something I need to confess to you. I've been keeping a tiny piece of information from you, and it's the kind of info I know you'd want. But for now, I'll start at the beginning. The new saloon got a call 2 days before this would happen. We rarely ever get calls, since most of our patrons have been frequenting us for a long time. So what reason would there be for any call like that? We don't exactly get too many newcomers who could have questions for us. Still, even the unexpected happens from time to time. That day, it was Andrick who picked up the phone. As I said, calls are seldom, so I went over to listen.
Oh, congrats, yeah.
I heard him say.
Sure, yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. All right. Until then.
Who's that?
Just some guy who wants to come in for his bachelor party the day after tomorrow. Asked if we could push some tables together so him and his buddies could sit as a group.
Nice. Is it someone we know?
He said he's been here before,
he replied, shrugging.
Didn't give me a name, just said they'd arrive at around 7 or something.
Guess that's sufficient. I didn't know you guys got married at all. Andrick laughed.
Of course we do. To some of us, getting married is their whole deal.
Really?
You bet.
I frowned. Is that like a kiss the frog kind of thing, or?
Depends,
Andrick replied with a shrug.
There's folks that can only somewhat disguise themselves as humans. Once they get married, they're granted full humanity, which for some reason is something they all really want. On the other hand, there's also those that'll get close to you, and once you share a bed with them, they'll eat your liver while you're asleep.
I winced. Do you think that bachelor party is going to...
What? No. I'm just telling you about the extreme stuff. I bet this guy's cool. Some don't even get with humans at all. They can get married among one another, too. He sounded pretty chill over the phone.
Andrick smiled and patted me on the shoulder.
Besides, even if he does eat whomever he's gonna marry, we're probably never gonna find out anyways.
So that was really comforting. The evening the bachelor party was announced to take place started rather innocently. At 7 o'clock, a group of around 10 men, all looking to be in their 30s and 40s, squeezed through the front doors. We had already set up their tables, and I remember being surprised at how normal they all looked. There seemed to be nothing unusual about them. They were all dressed nicely, although some of their shirts were a little crumpled up and one had a large beer stain on his white shorts. It seemed as though we weren't their first destination. In the beginning, they all appeared to be enjoying themselves. They were in high spirits and were just downing their second round when two of them began to argue with one another. I don't know what the reason was for this sudden disagreement, but before I knew it, they had both gotten up from their bench and were now facing each other with furious looks on their faces. "Hey, what's going on over there?" I shouted. You really have to shut these things down right away before they get out of hand. The two of them turned to look at me, and I motioned for them to sit back down. They did, but it wasn't long until they started up again. I groaned and walked over to them from behind the counter. "That's it, you two. Either you cut it out, or the lot of you is getting kicked out." Bo stuck his head inside.
"Everything all right back there?"
The two men slowly settled back down, despite still exchanging hateful looks. I was just turning to make my way back behind the counter again, when I suddenly felt someone tap me on the shoulder. "Psst, hey." It was a man's voice. It was raspy and low. It sounded familiar somehow. I turned around to see a man with a pale complexion and dark hair standing behind me, treading from foot to foot in a somewhat nervous fashion. I didn't recognize him, though I sensed that I had seen him before. "Sorry for those two," he stammered. "Are you with them?"
"Yeah,"
he replied.
"That is, not exactly, but, I came here with them. We're pals."
"That's nice," I said slowly. "So, what can I do for you?"
"It's nothing, really. I was just thinking, I don't know if you remember me, but we've talked before. It's been a long time. I guess I just wanted to see if you'd, I don't know, like to talk? Catch up?"
I squinted. Where had I met him before? It must have been here at the bar, but I didn't know when exactly. There was no name in my head to go with that face of his. "So," he stuttered. He really stuttered quite a lot.
"I mean, unless you're busy."
He paused.
"Oh, of course you are. I'm sorry. I'll let you get back to what you were doing. I don't even know why I came over. I suppose I simply thought we'd..."
His voice trailed off, and he gave me a forced chuckle.
"Never mind."
His name. What was it again? Something with a C. Suddenly, there was a loud crunching noise. It sounded meaty, and for some reason I shuddered just hearing it. Before I could even look up, something red came flying past me and landed both on the side of my face and on the back of the other man's head. For a split second, we stood as still as statues, staring into each other's startled eyes. Then, we turned around at the exact same moment. I don't think I'll ever forget the sight I was about to behold. There, on the floor, were the two men I had just told off, the ones that had been arguing before. At least, I thought it was them. I could only really tell with one, the one that was wedged in below the other. His eyes were wide with shock, and blood was sputtering from an open wound on his neck. The man sitting on top of him didn't even look like a person anymore. He had opened his mouth wider than what was humanly possible. It was as though he'd somehow unhinged his jaws. He apparently couldn't get it closed again. He turned to look at me, his gaping maw sporting a row of long, needle-like teeth. I found myself frozen in place. In fact, everybody in the room seemed to have fallen into a shocked rigidity. I finally managed to turn my head and look down at the wounded man. He was going to die. I was sure of it. The other guy had torn an entire piece of flesh out of his throat. I could even see the bloody red lump on the floor beside the two of them. I felt like gagging. Suddenly, the skin of the injured man's face seemed to slacken. It almost looked like it was melting, slipping off his skull like a liquid mask. This happened in the span of only half a minute. In the end, all that was left of him was a pile of discarded skin and clothing. And from this pile, a large green and black lizard came crawling out. Its snout emerged first as it slowly dragged itself across the floor. "What the?" I heard myself utter, but I couldn't even finish my own sentence. The bar was still lying in total silence. Finally, one of the men from the table rose to his feet, walked over to us, bent down and picked up the lizard. He held the large animal in his arms with seemingly no difficulty at all. Turning to face me, he said,
"I am so sorry."
One by one, the men made their way out the door. The last one leaving his entire wallet on the table, telling us to take all the money inside for the cleaning and whatever else we'd need.
"Cole, you coming?"
He asked the man I'd been talking to, but he shook his head. "Don't wait up." Cole. I stared at him, mouth agape. He smiled awkwardly. And so that's how Cole found his way back to the new saloon. He told me the entire story. He'd apparently taken off to roam the world a little. He'd stayed in Spain, then Greece, then some island, the name of which I don't remember. He'd done research on shapeshifters and body snatchers of all kinds, which is how he met the lizard people. They apparently climb into the bodies of living humans and spread out inside of them. They try not to damage their vessel, but sometimes end up deforming it when becoming angry and attacking others, which is what happened back at the bar. Cole explained that one of them wanted to use him at first, but he somehow managed to talk it out of it, and the group had ended up taking him along for their travels.
"They're very welcoming,"
he explained.
"Ambitious, too. One of them is dead set on becoming a politician. I'm not sure how that's going to work out for him, but it's really cool he wants to make a difference."
Are you planning on staying here?
"I think so. I don't want to go back home. At least not yet. Maybe I'll get the chance to make things right someday. But I think it'll be another while until that happens."
That's kind of how we worked out the business arrangement we've been upholding ever since. Cole helps around the bar when we need him, and I pay him well for it. That way, we always have an extra hand in case something happens, without having to put up with someone constantly standing in our way. Cole was also the one who drove me to the hospital the day Ludham poisoned me. Speaking of which, I already mentioned we're working on a way to get me back to normal. My staff have been coming around to visit me. They can slip in even when I'm not supposed to have visitors. Today was a relatively quiet one. I only had a single episode, and I'm starting to get better at enduring them, though that certainly does not mean they're a pleasant experience. My cousin dropped Nicholas off for a few hours. So far, my son hasn't seen me have a fit yet, and I'm scared it'll happen when he's here, but his company is a huge comfort. I remember he was sitting at the small table across from my bed with his coloring book when Andric came in. He was dressed to go out, wearing his brown trench coat, leather gloves, and glasses. He seemed weirdly excited as he pulled up a chair to sit next to me.
"How are you?"
he began. I grunted, and he just shook his head.
"I think I may have come up with a plan. I've had this idea for a while now. I just needed time to develop it."
I sat up in bed, laboriously straightening up to see eye to eye with him. He had my undivided attention. I gestured for him to speak.
"It might be better if I kept this to myself."
"You came here only to tell me you weren't going to tell me?" I asked incredulously.
"In the first place, I came here to see how you were doing. But I need your permission for this. It sort of involves the little one."
He nodded over at my son. I took in a deep breath, about to tell him to stick his plan somewhere else, but he raised his hand.
"Please, let me finish. He won't get hurt. You know I'd never, ever put him in any danger. I need you to trust me on this."
"If it's not dangerous, then why aren't you telling me?"
"I've known you for a long time. In fact, I believe I know you better than most people. Most importantly, I know what's your style, what isn't. This is not it. This is more like something I would do. But I really think it's going to work. Please, give me a chance. I can do this. Nicholas is going to be fine, I promise."
"Are you sure? Because if anything happens to that kid of mine..."
"If he gets so much as a scratch on him, I'll lie down and let you beat me to jelly. And I swear I wouldn't do so much as complain."
I finally sank back into my pillows. "Okay," I muttered. "Do it." Andric quickly reached out to squeeze my hand before getting up and walking over to my son. He talked to him in a quiet voice, and I saw Nicholas nod, a serious look in his big round eyes. He slid off his chair, and Andric handed him his jacket. "You're going now?" I asked, brows furrowed in concern.
"We'll be back before you know it,"
Andric replied. "When? And where are you going? Can you at least give me a hint?"
"All right. The general train of thought is that Norman has a daughter and a grandchild, according to you."
"Yes," I muttered, feeling my stomach sink slowly.
"Well, do you think he loves them?"
I remained silent, staring at Andric in disbelief. He gave me a thin smile.
"I suppose we'll find out."
The new saloon has been witness to a lot of weird things. I have already relayed some of them to you, but the one I'll tell you about today is special. I'm honestly concerned about whether I'll be able to do it justice. It began one fall evening. The sun hadn't set too long ago, and the bar was relatively empty. The patrons that were there, however, appeared to be in a pretty good mood, which is always great to see. I was standing behind the counter, listening to their chattering, while cleaning a couple glasses, when suddenly I heard yelling outside.
"Just let me in there."
It was a woman's voice. Curious, I walked up to the entrance and stuck my head through the small space that Beau's large body hadn't blocked yet. The bouncer stood right in front of the door, his arms crossed as he stared down at the lady in front of him. She was about 30 years of age and dressed nicely, if one could overlook the wine stain on her pencil skirt and how crumpled her blouse was.
"Ma'am, I'd rather you leave the premises now,"
Beau told her, his deep voice steady and unfazed. "Why's that? I'd be spending good money in there," she slurred. There was no doubt she'd already been drinking. I rose to my tiptoes to look over Beau's shoulder. "What's going on?" I spoke into his ear.
"She tried to push me when she came here, so I'm not letting her inside. She's refusing to leave," he replied. "Don't worry, she'll be going soon. I can do this all night."
I patted his arm, and he gave me this benevolent little grunt of his. He doesn't smile very often, and is generally not too expressive, but you can tell his mood from the sounds he makes. Everything seemed to be okay, so I returned inside. I saw Andrick stand by the window, sneaking a peek at the scene outside. Is she, normal? I asked him. He shook his head.
Not quite,
he answered.
Can't tell what she is for sure, but there's something fishy about her.
I shrugged it off and went back behind the counter. Not long after, I heard the woman shout something to the tune of, "You're gonna be sorry for this," before everything fell silent again. Bo leaned in through the door and gave us a thumbs up. Apparently she'd left. Back then, I was just moving to a new place. It was before I had Nicholas, so I didn't bother staying at a relative's or something. I just slept on the mattress downstairs in the back room with the hearth keepers. It wasn't too bad, actually. Very practical. Though it was weird walking around in my comfortable clothes, knowing that the bar spirits were inside the walls right there with me. Still, it was just for a couple days, and I didn't really mind it at all. So that night, I was sitting on my futon as usual, waving goodbye to my staff as one by one they nestled into the walls, which is a weird sight to go to bed to. Once they were not to be seen anymore, the room was uncomfortably silent. I tried not to think about how dark and quiet it was. I turned on my back, looking up at the ceiling. It always takes me some time to fall asleep, so I stared up at the dark gray surface for what felt like an eternity. That's when, all of a sudden, I saw a tiny white dot flashing up there. I must be getting tired, I thought to myself. I pressed my eyes shut and opened them again, only to find that there were now 2 little white spots. Something about how they looked just wasn't right. Puzzled, I sat up in bed, rubbing my eyes and then looking up at the ceiling again. My blood froze. Those 2 dots weren't just caused by my sleepy brain playing tricks on me. They were eyes. The sheer absurdity of this statement is enough to remind me of the shock and surprise I felt when I realized this. There were 2 eyeballs, seemingly embedded in the backroom ceiling, staring down at me. I held their gaze, unable to speak or move, let alone shut my wide-open mouth. I finally began to crawl backwards off my futon, staggering to my feet. Pressing my back against the wall, I took in a deep breath before spinning around and starting to pound against it with both fists, screaming for the hearth spirits. Once I could hear them begin to break away from their hideouts, I dashed up the stairs to turn on the lights. Glancing back up at the spot where the 2 eyes had just been a few seconds ago, I found that several more had popped up, one bigger than the others. Their pupils seemed to dart around the room, some stopping to stare at me for a few moments. One by one, the workers came climbing out of the walls, bewildered looks on their faces as they tipped their heads back to see what was going on up there. By then, every inch of the ceiling was covered in eyes. I was still panting, my heart hammering in my chest. That was until I noticed that something else seemed to be happening. I slowly walked down the stairs to join my staff. "What the hell is this?" I asked quietly, my voice hoarse from all the screaming.
"I do not know,"
Andrick muttered.
"For the life of me."
"So this is it?" Danica asked. "Are they just gonna stay there now?" I was only wearing a light top at the time, which I tried to pull tighter around myself, feeling strangely exposed. "You guys remember that drunk lady from before? She said we'd regret not letting her in."
"So this is what she does?"
Andrick asked, looking up at the eyes doubtfully.
"It's it's certainly something. Wouldn't be too surprised, though. I've met a bunch of witches, and they can get a little weird in the head."
"Okay, but I'm not going to sleep with those things watching me," I told him. He gave me a pat on the shoulder before trudging up the stairs into the main room. I heard him rummaging around up there for a while before returning with a large cutting knife. He handed it to me with a wide grin on his face.
"There you go. Imagine you're popping bubble wrap."
Surprisingly enough, poking the eyes was enough to make them retract. I can't properly describe it, they just disappeared. It took us almost the entire rest of the night to get rid of them all, but by the time we were done, the room looked completely normal again, and I quickly hopped into bed to get at least a few more hours of sleep. At the time, I thought that was it, but the feeling of safety didn't last very long. I was, of course, the first one to wake up that morning. I made my way over to the bathroom first, needing to take care of some nature business. It was only when I went to wash my hands, though, that I checked the reflection in the mirror, and that's when I saw it. There was a dark line on my left cheek. Confused, I leaned in to examine it. It wasn't just a line. It looked almost like a very thin, reddened slot. Disgusted, I reached up to touch it. What the hell was this thing? I let my fingertips graze the skin on my cheek. That's all it took. The slit widened. It stretched itself. It opened, revealing what was behind it. It was a very small, dark brown eye. I let out a horrified scream, my vision blurring as this thing seemed to stare back at me from inside the mirror. I could feel it move inside my cheek as it began to roll around in its fleshy, unnatural socket. I pressed my hand over it, just to keep it from twitching. My mind was running wild. How was this even possible? It couldn't really be attached to anything in there. Would I have to rip it out? It didn't take long for the backroom people to come running. I was still panicking, but their presence was enough to keep me from crying. It was rather unhelpful that May immediately began to laugh. Holy shit, can you see out of that thing? Of course, I couldn't. Danica shot her an angry glare before turning to me. Are you alright? Does it hurt? She asked, removing my hand from my face to look at the eye once more. We need to find that witch woman. I knew I couldn't wait until then. Who knew when that beast would ever come around again? If the eye acted anything like the ones in the ceiling of the back room, this couldn't be that bad. My stomach turned just thinking about what I was going to do, though, anyways. I told the others to stand back as I leaned over to look into the mirror once again. Bringing my left hand up to my cheek, I spread open the lids. It felt incredibly off, and I couldn't help but shudder. I slowly started to reach out my right hand, placing the tips of my trembling fingers on the damp little ball. Thank God I couldn't feel a thing. Afraid I'd lose my grip on it, I decided to make it as fast and painless as possible. I took a deep breath, and then rapidly pulled my arm away, ripping out the extra eye. I let go of it the second it left the confines of my flesh, and it flew off, landing in the sink I'd been leaning over. For 2 seconds, I only stared at the small opening in my cheek, a tiny, hollow cave right there in my face. There was no blood, but there really didn't need to be any. I passed out nonetheless. When I woke up, the hole in my cheek was gone. There was not even a scar left. Apparently, I had only been out for a few seconds. Bo had thankfully caught me the moment I had started to stagger. We never heard from the witch again, which I find regrettable since I would have loved to give her a piece of my mind for this little stunt. No other eye-related incidents happened afterwards, though, so I'm guessing her attack on the bar was simply a booze-induced fit of rage she unleashed upon us in her stupor. I don't know why this experience popped into my head today. Maybe it was the whole curse thing, or simply the boredom induced by this white, shiny hospital room I've been sitting in for days on end now. There's news, though. I'm hesitant to call it good news, but I suppose it's better than nothing. Late last night, Cole sent me a video. It showed Nicholas and a little girl who looked to be not much older than him. They were sitting in a room I didn't recognize, seemingly playing some kind of tabletop game together. He'd included a short text message reading, "We're at their home. Everything's all right. Nicholas is doing fine." It seems that whatever Andric has gotten started here is working out for now. I have a pretty good idea of what he's trying to do, though I'm not sure on the specifics. For now, I'm just happy my son is all right. I hope this will be over soon. What you have to understand about my staff is that their mood may change at the drop of a hat. Take Andric, for example. As there are always two sides to the same coin, his calculative nature can turn into something I can only describe as unsettling calm, in the face of normally very agitating events. And when I say unsettling, I mean it. Then again, that's also a good thing, seeing as you'll always know shit has hit the fan for real when Andric loses his cool. It's very similar with Bo. He's usually pretty calm too, presumably mostly since there's not much that could be threatening to a boulder of a guy such as him. He's a lot more silent though, and hardly ever raises his voice. If that happens, that's how you can tell trouble's on the rise. With May and Danica, it's a bit more difficult. May rarely ever takes anything seriously, and Danica is this very gentle, go-with-the-flow type of girl. As per usual, they all have themselves well under control, though. And I'm saying this despite for the longest time having no idea that there was something they needed to control. I think I described them in the very beginning. The four look rather ordinary, but have tiny inconsistencies around their faces and body. What's most prominent is their lack of fingernails, and how their eyes don't line up sometimes. Still, these things are easy to overlook. In passing, you'd never notice there was anything off about them at all. I don't know how far into the job I was when I found out that there was actually a reason for those uncanny little flaws. When I first saw them for what they really were, I was terrified. Not for long, though. Andrick explained it to me like this.
We have to adjust our setting, just like everyone else does. This is the city, not the wild. You don't see any of the others marching around in their original forms here either. They all look like you people. Now, you guys aren't easy to imitate. I think I already told you how hard it'd be to uphold a perfect disguise, especially when you try to impersonate somebody in particular. But we're not doing that. Plus, we're not unskilled, and we can stay in these forms for as long as we want to. But it's the details that are difficult.
The eyes, Danica chimed in. You never get the eyes right, ever. I mean, Bo and I got lucky. We almost nailed them, but it was hard. And the fingernails? I asked carefully. Andrick shrugged.
Trying to retract long claws isn't easy. We decided it'd be simpler to just let it go, you know? Shrinking the fingers down was tricky enough, after all.
After seeing their true bodies for the first time, I wasn't exactly afraid. That'd mean I expected them to hurt me, which I truly didn't. It didn't change my perception of them in any way, but for the time being, it did disturb me quite a lot. I wasn't eager for it to repeat itself, is what I'm saying. Well, a couple days ago it did. I finally brought you up to speed with the course of my stay at the hospital. My poison-induced seizures of pain stopped 2 days ago. I haven't had one since. Early that morning, Cole came to pick me up. He handed me a bag with some fresh clothes I'd been storing at the bar and told me to hurry.
We have a date to keep. We need to get out of here now. You can handle the official stuff later, he said.
I quickly got dressed in the bathroom while he waited outside by my bed. Getting out of the hospital didn't take too long. Things are busy there at the moment, so I don't think the nurse even noticed when I gave her a heads up. My car, which Cole had been using for the time being, was waiting in the parking garage. Just the way over there felt oddly liberating. I hadn't been away from my hospital room these last 2 weeks, so I sucked up the fresh air like it was water. We climbed into the sedan, and Cole started to drive, fumbling for words at first. He seemed to be trying to find the best way to get me up to date, but he appeared to be a little overwhelmed. Finally, he let go of a long breath and said,
Andrick can be a bit of a psycho. You ever notice that?
I laughed, unsure how to respond. This was apparently what he needed to get started, though.
He's cutthroat. You should have seen him.
He chuckled nervously.
Turns out he's been spying on Norman's daughter. He knows where she lives and everything. She's a single mom, has a real nice house with a garden and everything. I don't know what she works as, but I'm guessing her father's helping her out a lot. Her daughter's name is Cindy. She's Nicholas's age.
So they're over at her house, I thought aloud. How'd you guys get in there?
Danica took Nicholas by the hand, and Andrick told him to start fake crying. He was actually pretty damn good at it. They timed it exactly, so they'd be walking down the street when Norman's daughter and her kid came home from, maybe picking her up from school or something. So they basically ran into one another, and Danica told Carol that Nicholas was her son, and that he really needed to use the toilet, and your boy kept weeping that it was already starting to hurt. They begged Carol to let him use hers, and she says yes. They follow her up the driveway and go inside with her. I wasn't with them, so I don't know exactly how she did it, but Danica said somehow she managed to knock her out as soon as they were all through the door.
And Nicholas? I inquired, a bit concerned about my son being exposed to any sort of violence.
Don't worry. He didn't seem to mind it at all. Or maybe that's a reason you should worry? I don't know. There was no blood, though, or anything. So it's probably not that bad anyways. She probably had some domovoyish trick up her sleeve. Either way, Danica then lets the rest of us inside, and we carry Carol over into a chair. We didn't tie her up or anything, but
We had Bo sit down next to her so we'd be ready to restrain her in case she suddenly wake up and flip. Andrick told Nicholas to go play with the girl so she'd be calm and out of the way. He took the phone off the mom and also removed the other one they had inside. And then he called Norman on her cell phone.
I'd been listening with deep unease. I didn't like the idea of my staff holding people hostage one bit, especially since there were 2 kids involved, one of them being my own. I could only hope it hadn't been too much of a shock for that little girl. Despite my uncomfort, I motioned for Cole to go on.
For the first minute, Andrick had the phone on speaker so Norman could hear Cindy chatting with Nick in the background, just in case that him having Carol's phone wasn't immediately proof enough. He started by telling him that if he called the cops or anyone else on us, both his daughter and granddaughter would be dead before they could even set foot inside the house. Then he said that he had to stop doing whatever it was he'd been doing to you and come to meet us at 1 o'clock at his daughter's home. If he wouldn't show up, Andrick promised he'd sever one of Carol's fingers for every minute that he'd be late. And once she'd be out of those, he'd cut off the head.
Cole sighed deeply.
I don't know if he was really planning on going through with this, but he sure made it sound like he was. Norman must have believed him because he swore he'd show. He didn't like being off his horse, but I heard him beg for those girls' lives, so yeah, he's coming.
Please tell me he did that stuff out of the kid's earshot, I muttered.
He did. Look, I really don't think he'd ever hurt a child, any of the 4 for that matter. This stunt they're pulling is extreme, but it's very well thought out. Nicholas has at most a 50-minute time frame to get over to Carol's place. Andrick told me to drive down every route he could be taken beforehand to make sure it adds up. No matter how he intends to drive over there, 50 minutes is barely enough to make it. He won't be coming with any special plans or tricks up his sleeve because we didn't even give him enough time to think of anything.
So that's why we're in such a hurry, I remarked.
It's about a 15-minute drive we're taking, so of course I need to speed things along. We want to be there before he is.
We arrived in front of a large building that kind of looked like a real-life dollhouse. A beautiful, fenced yard, large hedges obscuring the garden and driveway. Neighbors were very few and far between. The chances of the Hearth Spirit's actions having been witnessed were slim. We parked a little bit further down the road and proceeded to march up the driveway in tense silence. To say I was nervous would be an understatement. It felt like my entire body was tingling. The second we'd reached the front door, May opened it from the inside.
Carol's still asleep, she said curtly. We want to keep it that way. Good to see you on your feet again.
The living room she led me into was spacious and well furnished. I found Carol, the woman who had tried to curse me with my own jacket, lying dormant in a large, soft-looking armchair. But my focus soon shifted to the figure looming above her. Awkwardly seated on a small chair beside her, a creature that looked neither human nor animal stared down at her. It was huge, its form wide and tall, almost comical in the confines of this prissy little room. Its body was covered in tufts of dark brown fur, and its way too long arms ended in sharp claws reminiscent of those of a sloth. They were dangling down onto the floor, scraping across it as it moved to look up at me. Its face could still be called relatively flat. It was probably the most human-looking feature it possessed, despite the eyes being way too big and narrow, and the nose faintly resembling the snout of a dog or a bear, with the way it seemed to push forth from its head. Under different circumstances, I might have been frightened. But nervous as I was, I still recognized the jeans and t-shirt this thing was wearing, even though the clothing was stretched by the enlarged body of its owner.
"Hi, Bo," I greeted him.
"How are you feeling?"
Bo replied. Seeing him speak was kind of bizarre. I suppose I'll never get used to seeing him like that. Any of the Hearthkeepers, for that matter.
"I'm okay, I guess," I muttered.
"Why do you look like that?"
"It's to show we mean business."
Andrick's voice piped up from behind me. I briefly hugged him and Danica, both as a greeting and for comfort.
"He's gonna come here, and we don't know who he's gonna bring. Maybe Ludham, maybe nobody. Hopefully nobody. But I wouldn't like for him to feel that he's safe either way."
Andrick continued as he sat down on the sofa in the corner of the room. I crossed the threshold over into the kitchen, where Nicholas and Norman's grandkid were playing. My son looked very happy to see me, and, despite the girl's confusion, she appeared not to be afraid.
"What's your name?"
she asked me. Are you friends with my grandpa too? That's probably what the others had told her. Yeah. We're waiting here for him. I'm Julia. She reached out to shake my hand very politely. That made me feel even worse about this whole thing. Are you Nicholas's mom? I told her yes, and she sat back down to play with my son, apparently not interested in talking any longer. I went back into the living room to talk to Andric, mostly to ask him what was wrong with him. He simply shrugged.
I told you wouldn't like it. Come on, you knew exactly where this was going. And don't say I didn't handle this well. The kids are fine, and the girl didn't even see Bo over here. Once this is over, we'll see to it nobody's going to remember what happened here.
And what if Norman comes prepared somehow? Like, if it isn't going to work, are you really going to hurt her? Andric gave me a thoughtful look.
Well, let's wait and see how things turn out, yes?
Just as those words had left his mouth, there was a noise outside. A car pulling up. Then frantic knocks on the door. Company, May said with a crooked smirk as she went to open it. In stumbled a very disheveled-looking Norman. I could tell he was trying to pull himself together, but sometimes you just can't hide your fear. I've been in that position countless times before, so it's nice seeing someone else go through it for once. Despite his attempts to stand tall and display his usual calm appearance, I took note of the 3 loose buttons on his shirt, which was only haphazardly stuffed into his jeans. Jeans, of all things. I was very tempted to ask where he'd left his suit pants.
What have you done?
He growled at me. Hello to you too, I replied. And I didn't really do anything. I was pretty out of it these last couple days, thanks to you.
Your daughter and her kid are fine,
Andric spoke up, sounding more annoyed than anything else, and gestured over to the chair Carol was resting in.
She's out of it, but we didn't hurt her. Don't get me wrong, we could have. And I really did think about it, but I know Julia wouldn't approve. This whole thing has been enough of a strain on all of us, and I want this over with.
He gave Norman a dismissive wave of his hand.
Tell us what you did. I want to know what you've got going on with the big guy. Then you're going to have to stop doing whatever it is you've been doing to Julia. And once we're sure you're not screwing us over, we'll go and leave you and your family alone. Sounds fair, doesn't it?
He added in an almost gentle voice. Norman rushed to the side of his sleeping daughter, running his hand over her cheeks and checking if she was breathing. He then sank down on the floor next to her chair, the bag he'd been carrying sliding off his back. He stared up at us, eyes narrow and furious. Hateful.
Where's Cindy? He muttered.
In the room over. You're not getting to see her until we've had our grown-up talk, May answered, her voice indifferent.
Fine. Look, I'll stop, okay? I didn't think you'd... He sighed. The big guy is somewhat of a business associate of mine. We met when... Well, I don't know when it was we met exactly, but when you study in the same way I do, you're bound to come across things, and that's how it happened. I managed to call upon him. I won't say we have a contract or a pact, it's more like an agreement. I try to help him find food, and he helps me by giving me stuff. Stuff like concealment cloaks, Andric said.
It wasn't really a question. It sounded more as though he'd finally understood a truth that had been right before his eyes all along.
That's where you get all the crap from. The big guy eats the owners and gives you the leftovers.
Norman gave him a slow nod.
There's been a bit of a shortage lately. In food. I admit that if I'd gotten you to come over and work for me, Andric, you'd have been the only one I'd kept alive. The others... You wanted to feed the others to him?
Andric inquired, brows raised but not sounding very surprised. And what you gave me? Was that something you got from the big guy as well? I asked.
Yes. It's not something he brought me, though. It's a kind of poison. Or at least something that functions as one. It connects you to him, and he can give you these bouts of pain. He does it whenever I ask him to.
Norman cleared his throat.
It's a liquid he's produced from his body.
My stomach turned. I gagged softly and instinctively covered my mouth. Okay, I pressed out after a while. How do I get it out? Norman reached into his bag and produced a small plastic bottle filled with something that almost looked exactly like water, save for its faintly luminescent quality.
I've been keeping this on me. He says if you drink it, you'll go back to normal. It'll cleanse you of the other poison. He created it too. He says that's how it works. He doesn't have a reason to lie to me.
Great. So this came out of that wriggly fat mass as well. I tried not to think about that part. Can you guarantee me this is going to work? If you try to hurt me again...
I swear that's what he said,
Norman insisted.
Please, I wouldn't want to... We'll see. I've got an idea. Julia will drink just a bit of this, and then we'll wait a couple days,
Andric began.
We're going to stay here until then, and we'll wait. If she feels weird or sick at any point during this, you're not going to like what we do next. If she's getting better, she'll drink up the rest, and this is going to be over.
So that's what we did. Of course, we haven't all been at Norman's daughter's home at all times, but there'd be at least one of us. I returned to the hospital and took Nicholas with me. Norman stayed back too. We didn't allow him to leave, else he'd come up with something to undermine our little project. It was a tense 2 days, but I really did start to feel better. And there were no more fits of pain. I finally decided to drink the rest of the strange water. That's where we're at now. Everything's slowly going back to normal. Or at least the state we call normal over at the new saloon. In the end, I suppose this could have gone worse. Nicholas is doing well, and Norman's been put in his place for once. Though I obviously regret the measures we took to ensure this. Carol was of course not too thrilled when she woke up seeing her father panicked and her house full of strangers. As for her daughter, Cindy, I believe the whole thing went over her head. That's a good thing, of course, but I wish it hadn't come to that. I've always known that Andric has a bit of a dark side, if you can call it that. But I suppose I just never saw him go that far. So that was a bit of a shock. I guess that's all I have to say to you for now. I appreciate the support. I wish the big guy was gone and I'd have some sort of heroic tale about how I butchered him to share with you. But that's just not how it goes sometimes. Maybe another time. The story you just heard was written by the author Girl from the Crypt on Reddit. She's a very talented author, an extremely popular author on Reddit No Sleep. I hope you'll check out the description below and take a look at her work, give her some support on Reddit. Huge thanks to Girl from the Crypt for letting me read this one. The original title, My Uncle Left Me a Shifty Little Bar in His Will. And you can check out the description below for links to the original story on Reddit. Thanks so much, everybody, for listening. Please like, subscribe, comment. Let me know what you think of the longer stories. I'm going to try to keep doing these every Monday if I can. So thanks, everybody, for listening. Thanks for your support. Have a great night. Become a channel member today for early access, bonus videos, and special emojis only available to members. Check out the description below or click the join button for more info. If you'd like another way to help support the channel, please consider joining my Patreon page at patreon.com/Jordan Group Horror. As a patron, you'll get access to bonus videos and content. You'll be credited at the end of every video going forward. And if you decide to stay for 3 months, I'll name a character after you, which will be featured in a Hollow's End story. Links to join the Patreon are in the description. Thanks everyone for listening. Please like, subscribe, and comment to help the channel continue to grow. And see you again next time at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hope you have a great night.